because we're seeing it right now with the Lions. J-Mo is moving from 9 to 1. Jahmyr Gibbs is going from 26 to 0 among a bunch of other Lions who are switching jerseys. You see this with guys who are maybe lower on the depth chart switching jerseys, but stars typically hold that jersey for their whole career. It's changing slightly in the NFL, John.
It is changing, and I think it's disappointing when families or individuals shell out a lot of money because these jerseys are not cheap. We've, thought about it for Christmas presents where, because the kids, obviously they knew Aiden at Michigan, and when he went to the Lions, they wanted an Aiden Hutchinson jersey. To try and find a 97 and buy it's a major investment. And then all of a sudden, now Aiden's not changing his number, but then all of a sudden your kids are wearing this jersey and now the 26 is no longer relevant. Do they still want to wear it, or are they sitting there begging, I want a 0. Give me a 0, Dad.
And I got to buy 2 jerseys.
Yeah. And the other one is just never going to see the light of day. You're mowing the lawn.
That seems so crazy. Do any of these players that switch numbers ever do, this might be unheard of, like a jersey
swap
trade-in day, or like bring in your old jersey and we'll give you a discount on the new number? Is that like unheard of? I
heard of one of those one time. I can't place it, but I do believe it's happened before, but it's a little bit earlier. Now, okay, these guys aren't old, but they're 2 years in. And J-Mo's 3 years in. So it is, I think, to me, so I had this situation. When I was at Michigan, I was obviously 77. And most people around here remember my Michigan days. And then when I went to Washington, I was 76. Trey Johnson had 77, who was my guard. After year 2, he left in free agency to go to Cleveland. So 77 opened up, and they came to me and said, hey, do you want 77? I thought about it for a little while because I really liked it. But I was like, you know what? I'm 2 years in, going into my 3rd year. People in Washington know me as 76. They've bought jerseys. I'm not going to make that change. And I ended up being 76 my entire career there. When I came to Detroit, Backus had it. And so I was going to go to 69. It was available. But my wife at the time said, she didn't like that. There were signs.
What would your wife say now?
Trust me, it would be a no as well. Yeah. And so I went with 68.
So you guys just told my kids, I think they're listening. It's a very challenging time for them to listen because they're going to school, my oldest.
It's not in the car all the time?
You guys, I know. You guys literally just told them that their Gibbs jersey is now
irrelevant.
It's not obsolete.
It's irrelevant.
I think it's kind of cool to
I still think you can sell it as I was in from the get-go.
I was a real Gibbs fan.
I was a true Jahmyr Gibbs fan, rocking the 26. I bought him before he was this dominant player.
They got the black 26, too. Now, I don't know how they're going to take this, but they might be throwing a fit in the van right now. Kelly, who knows?
They're probably sitting there saying, Mom, we need a new jersey.
I don't.
Kids, I think you should get one.
I don't care for this in general. I kind of get J-Mo's because that was his college number. I don't like that Terrion Arnold went away from 0. Maybe he did it because he had 0 interceptions. He doesn't want that to be on his shoulders
I'm
again
more
this year.
surprised that J-Mo did it because, remember, he called Stafford and talked about wearing that 9.
Does this mean the Lions are going to retire it then?
Oh, boy. Maybe that's the whole thing.
He'll be there. Jim will be there.
Yeah.
Sure.
All-time leader in all these categories.
Yeah. No, maybe 16 will go to 9 now.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Fan those flames. You're right. There's
a great troll move.
Oh, my God. You're right about the trickle-down, though. Terrion Arnold. People got excited about him. He was likable as a rookie. They may have bought his jersey. That's another guy. He's going to be 6 now moving forward.
Now, did he do that for pick 6?
That'd be
I'm
cool.
just kind of wondering why.
Well,
what's the reasoning? Yeah, but it's like J-Mo's we get. Was Jahmyr 0 at any point?
I don't think so, and I'm not crazy about the number 0 for a running back. That's going to be kind of weird.
Well, I'm less crazy about the single digits for the defensive lineman. Like, and I always go back to Trevor Price. Trevor Price was 8, and it just seemed really weird. And I know they all are trying to go to, the single digits up front. We've seen 5s and we've seen 2s, and I just think it's weird to see it on a big body.
Gibbs wore 1 in college.
He wore 1, so he's going to 0. So I don't understand. I know that there's an attraction to 0. Mikey Sainristil went to 0 when he was at Michigan when they first made it legal in college football.
Terrion Arnold wanted 0. He did the whole sub-0 branding. That's the thing. When you get drafted and you play, in Gibbs' case, more than a season in that jersey, you get known as that.
Yeah.
That becomes your branding. You keep that and you make it your own and you build a legacy and you hope everybody's wearing 26s forever. We don't have a lot of Detroit athletes that have made this kind of change.
I'm curious for those fans that are out there. What is it if you own a 26 or you own a 9, are you still going to wear it to games, or are you going to actually spend the money and go out there and get the new jersey?
You have to wear it to games still.
There's no shame in
Jerseys
wearing a
are-
26.
yeah.
Oh, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not going to shame the fans. It's not on the fans.
Like, jerseys are expensive.
Yeah, so if you trust me, if you want to wear a 26, if you want to wear a 9 to the game, I fully support that. I think it's great. I'm just curious because I don't own one of those jerseys. I don't plan on owning one of those jerseys. But if you do, what was your reaction when you heard this news? And maybe you've thought about it and you've calmed down a little bit, but what was your initial reaction?
Your reaction or your kid's reaction? Maybe they're yelling and screaming in the car right now.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
It could be different, yeah. Especially, if cause there are a lot of Jahmyr Gibbs fans, especially after what he did, the last couple of years, but especially last year. He was dynamic, and a lot of people think he could be, or already is, one of the top 2 running backs in the NFL.
Saquon being one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's right there.
Sure.
If he had the workload of Saquon, his numbers may have been better than Saquon's.
Yeah, if he didn't have to share with David Montgomery.
For a stretch of the season. Yeah, and we saw when Montgomery went out that Gibbs more than handled the workload and looked like a star.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, there's people that have fallen in love with Gibbs. J-Mo, too, though. People have really stuck up for this guy. They feel defensive and protective over him because they think he's a good person and has gone through some headaches and self-inflicted headaches, but they've got his back. And I bet you some people did go out and buy a number 9 jersey to shout out and stand up for J-Mo. Are you going to buy a 1 now? How do you feel about it if you have any of these jerseys? 248-539-9797. I would think you'd want to keep your jersey and build your legacy there. It does happen, though, where guys get traded and this happens, where it's just not possible. The jersey's retired somewhere.
Right.
But I'm still. It's
Yeah,
early
but you
in
go
the
to a new city and you don't
reset
have it.
your
Yeah,
brand.
you reset
Yeah.
your brand.
It's early in the morning. I may be missing one. Do we have a high profile? Can someone text in a high profile Detroit athlete that switched their jersey?
Well,
Because I'm going through our great. We see the Hockeytown jerseys behind us here at Hockeytown Cafe. Like, Lidstrom was 5. It's famous he wanted 9 when he got here, and someone had to tell him that's Gordy's number. But he wore 5 the whole way. Yzerman was 19 the whole way. Go through Fedorov 91, Zetterberg, Datsuk 1340. High-profile athletes typically don't change them. Like Cabrera 24 his whole time here. Who else is on the wall over here? You don't see many of them, and I could just be missing a super obvious one, but we typically don't see it.
So I do know that. Who was it? What's his name? Who was the defensive back? I'm trying to pull up the that we drafted from Ohio State, 3 overall.
Okuda.
Oh, Jeff Okuda. He changed his number.
He did. I said high profile.
Right. Yes. Well, he was high profile,
Let me
not in
rephrase
the
that.
right way.
Which good athletes?
Good high profile. Yeah.
Successful big
Right.
stars that have
and
done
I think
this.
the rebranding for him, or I call it rebranding, the change of number was more probably I want a fresh start. I want to start things over. I want to come out as a different player than what you knew early in his career.
Like
year 1.
It'd be odd if Cade suddenly switched from 2. He got special permission to wear 2. It'd be weird if he suddenly said, I'm 25. Like, okay. We don't see it all that often. We have a couple phone calls to get to. Tyler and Macomb, you're up first. Tyler, good morning. Happy opening day.
Hey, happy opening day, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, so my fiance bought me a 26 Gibbs jersey for my birthday, which was like right after the season ended. So I haven't even got a chance to wear that yet. So I'm stuck with it now. I got to wear it for her.
What was your initial reaction when you saw the news that he was going from 26 to 0?
Well, you guys broke the news to me actually also this morning. I was a little bit pissed, I'm not going to lie, but I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah,
You can
especially if
still
hadn't
wear
had
the
a-
26,
You
though.
can still wear it,
Yeah,
yeah.
don't
But
feel like
especially
they're
if
gonna-
you got it right after the season and you hadn't had a chance to wear it to the game yet. I get that. Still got the receipt
Yeah, it
for
was
it?
like literally a week after the season ended. But, I mean, honestly, I think the number 0 looks kind of dumb anyway, so.
I don't love 0 either.
This could be not. It would be an opportunity for either Gibbs, J-Mo, or whoever else is changing their number, but for any of the local sports stores. Hey, bring in your 26, and we'll give you 26% off of the 0.
I think that's a great idea. I highly doubt it will happen because it's all about the money.
All the local retailers. You're welcome.
But I think it's
free marketing
awesome.
idea.
Yes. But I guess you don't want to go. I mean, you'd rather have 26% off than 9%.
With J-Mo.
Yeah, maybe you go 90%. Hey, you get a swap. Got to unload this new merchandise that we have.
And if Jameer switches again, you can get 0% off the purchase of his third jersey.
Yes.
Back to the phones we go, where we have Dan in Clinton Township. Dan, good morning. Dan.
Good morning, Dan.
Good morning.
How you doing? Good.
Could be better.
Could be better. Why's that?
I got 2 Gibbs jerseys. I got Williams jerseys. And my kid bought me the Gibbs jersey last year for Christmas, so he's all bummed out because he spent all that money, his earned money, just to buy me a Gibbs jersey. But oh well. But yeah, I'll still wear the 26. I'm not going to buy another jersey. I bought enough.
If you want to feel better, ticket texters have said it's vintage. It's cool.
Oh,
that's the spin. It's vintage.
I got 2 cool. I got a black one and a blue one.
There you go.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm done buying jerseys unless I go to the second market and get the $30 ones. But that's about it.
Yeah.
Because what's the jersey? You said you've recently bought these. What'd the jersey run you, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, he's gone. I mean, they're a couple $100.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
minimum.
they are?
Oh, yeah.
That's even more than I was thinking. Oh,
They
my
are.
gosh.
If you want to get an original, and you go to any of the sports stores, you want to get an original, it's gonna cost you a couple $100.
Wow.
And so that was my initial reaction was, first of all, I don't think it's necessary. And if guys want to do it, then go ahead and do it. That's fine. But it just feels like, that one was, I mean, they're putting a burden on the fans.
So NFL shop St. Brown. I'm not going to look up Gibbs because I don't know if people are going to try to sell them cheaper. St. Brown is $130 for a St. Brown jersey, which is actually better than I thought.
Okay, well, that's
That's more manageable.
Well, when you said 200, like that,
Yeah.
that's a lot more than 130
Yeah.
in my brain. I mean, it is, but
Yeah.
$130 is a lot of money too.
People were pointing out Rasheed Wallace switched his jersey.
Oh,
30
was
to
it
36.
36? Yeah.
And Ben Wallace, he left and came back and then switched his number.
Yeah.
But
well, Jordan did it.
yes,
He went 23 to 45?
yeah, and then yes, people have pointed out Kobe. I was stuck in Detroit athletes. Kobe's probably the most famous one,
Yeah.
but I think he was
Jordan.
distinct. Well, but Kobe had like 2 distinct careers in those
Right.
jerseys.
Yeah.
People forget about 45 Jordan. 45 Jordan doesn't get discussed. 8 and 24. Kobe had basically 2 different Hall of Fame careers in each jersey.
In each jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did the Hall of Fame do? Did they put up both jerseys?
What did Laker fans do? Did they stick with the original, or eventually he played long enough that you made him
He
move
was so
over to
beloved.
24?
And maybe that's the case, especially with Jameer and with J-Mo, that, I mean, they are beloved athletes here in Detroit, even though their career is just getting started, and we hope for big things. Maybe this is early enough that it really won't matter.
If you bought one of these Gibbs jerseys or J-Mo jerseys or even a Terry and Arnold jersey, you wake up this morning, we hate to be the bearers of bad news, they're switching them. Your jersey is outdated. It's vintage. You can keep it. Don't worry about it. But if you are upset, we'll take those phone calls and ticket texts. We have AJ Hinch joining us at 8:02 today. Tigers opening day. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, you deserve a law firm who cares about you. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG, he's a Detroiter. He built his business on the idea of going above and beyond. On his way up in the industry, he saw people cut corners or leaving their clients in the dark. That's not how he built his business. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. Check him out, kgcares.com. That's spelled Kajy. He's won millions because he fights and wins big. You'll have someone who sees you is more than just that number. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com, Kajy, kgcares.com. Happy opening day. We're talking more baseball at 7:35. AJ Hinch will be on the show at 8:02. Tigers back home, Comerica Park, right over our shoulder. And we got some ticket texts flooding in talking about this jersey situation with the Lions.
Yeah.
We broke the news to some of our listeners, and they're not happy.
I'm sure.
Jameer Gibbs not wearing 26 anymore, so the couple $100 you spent on that, well, he's wearing 0 now. And the same switch happened for JMO from 9 to 1. Rakestraw is wearing 9 now. Sub-0, Terry and Arnold went from 0 to 6. A ton of changes for the Lions, but I think the Gibbs
Did anybody
one,
even know what number Ennis Rakestraw was?
No, what number was he last year?
24? That's totally throwing out a question
no,
mark.
I know.
It
Yeah.
doesn't sound wrong. I don't know that it's right.
15.
Oh,
15?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Now he's to 9. I like
Yeah.
that better for him.
yeah.
Isn't it weird how we think about things like that? Like, oh, that
Yeah,
that
it's
number.
okay for him. Well, I don't think there was a lot of Ennis Rakestraw jerseys out there already.
So if you're heartbroken with your Ennis
Yeah.
Rakestraw 15, let us know. But most of this is
but
Gibbs
at least
stuff.
if he's going to a 9 and you got a JMO, you could swap out the nameplate.
Well, some people have said that. This one says, I remove the name from the back. I rip out the stitches and wear the jersey without a name. Trey and Jackson.
I mean, everybody's going to know 26 is still Jameer.
Yeah.
And so I don't necessarily know that you got to remove the nameplate for that one because, I mean, who is I'm sure that at some point there'll be a number 26. I don't know if there's going to be one this year or not.
Oh, there is.
Oh, who's 26 now?
You're going to make me pull it up. I shouldn't have said anything. It's like a fringe guy.
Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
There could be a couple 26s before
Yeah,
the time.
yeah.
Maurice Norris.
John,
Is now
give us
26.
player profile. Tell us everything you know about Maurice Norris.
Yeah. Well, so you went for, well, okay, no, it would have been 9. You could go, I mean, it's Maurice Norris, it's Mono.
Maybe it should be Owns Enrique so I notice him. You notice the new numbers out there.
You do. Texter says, I don't think it makes the old number less valued. It shows you were a fan from the start. Also, you can have more than one jersey. Dupes are pretty close to the new ones nowadays.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there any?
By the way, our Gibbs is not authentic.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but it
That's a
doesn't
whole
matter.
different can of worms on doing that. But
Breaking
hey,
that news to the kids.
Is Tom a bad father? 248.
they don't care where it comes from.
No
it
one
looks
does.
Good.
No,
it looks good
no
to me.
one does. No one does.
I can get you in the business, Heather. I don't know how the tariffs is going to affect this.
The knockoff jersey business? Is that what we're talking? What?
Heck yeah.
The markup on all those China imports.
Jeez.
All right, John.
No different than the pirating of cable and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Texter wants to know if there's any financial
Jailbreak your
benefit.
jersey.
That's what I was going to say. What they guy call it?
Oh, yeah, it's
Jailbreak.
easy.
Yeah.
Just
That's
jailbreak
easy. Yeah,
it.
just jailbreak
It's
it.
not illegal,
Yeah.
Just jailbreak it.
buddy. Be careful. Is there any financial benefit from switching, like trying to increase your jersey sales for a second time?
Well, I don't think so because, and I don't know how the NFL does it now. I know as recently as a couple of years ago, if you made the jersey switch, and that was, you as a player made that decision, I'm going to go from 26 to 0, you were going to have to buy whatever the NFL had in stock. So you had to recoup the money for the NFL. Now you get them at a, whatever it was the wholesale cost, but you had to buy all of those jerseys that were still in stock.
Which is probably why we don't see as many jersey
Yeah.
switches.
Yeah.
Ticket Texture says, I'm upset about this. I'm angry. I bought Lions jerseys as groomsmen gifts for all my friends last year. Players or teams should offer a jersey swap.
That would be cool
Yeah.
if the Lions came out. Now this is a player decision. I would think the team would have to sign off on it as well, so there would be some responsibility there as well.
Texter says the only time I've heard of a team doing a jersey swap was when Aaron Hernandez went to prison and the Patriots did it.
That is true. I remember that.
So
What are we
let's-
supposed to do with these? That's what the Patriot fans were saying.
It's always weird when you walk in because, doing the Michigan games, we travel around and we travel to the East Coast. When you walk in somewhere and you see somebody wearing an Aaron Hernandez jersey, I don't know what the draw is, if you had one, why you kept it or why you would still wear it, but you do see them.
You know what? I have a pretty dark sense of humor. I think that one crosses the line.
I think so too.
By the way, I have watched highlights of that Super Bowl he played in a couple times with. It is weird watching him play.
Oh,
He had a good game.
oh yeah, he was a really good player. Yeah, that's where it ended.
I'm just reading through more of these ticket texts.
Yeah.
This one says, I like Jahmyr Gibbs in 26, but they didn't win anything. Maybe the change will be good luck for him.
There you go.
Mike,
Get your Super Bowl 0.
What about when Devin Gardner went to old number 98?
Yeah, there were a couple of those that made the switch, and it was who was the receiver that the Lions had? He was a tight end at Michigan, and then he switched to wide. Funchess, yeah. Funchess, I think, he had one of the quote-unquote historic jerseys.
Legacy jerseys.
And then, legacy jerseys, and then went back to, I think he went back to 1 or 0. And to me, that was offensive, but.
Okay, then.
Just me.
All right. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, police say whippet canisters were found in the vehicle that caused a crash that then shut down I-94 in Macomb on Thursday. According to Michigan State Police, a 21-year-old driver with a passenger entered the eastbound freeway. This was near 10 Mile, while they say driving at excessive speeds. That driver then tried to squeeze between vehicles on the freeway before he crashed into a semi-truck and then another car. And it caused a huge amount of oil to spill from the semi, which obviously then caused the closure to extend a lot longer. Both of the guys in the at-fault vehicle were injured, and police say that they found several whippet canisters as well as open intoxicants and suspected marijuana in the vehicle as well. Michigan State Police Lieutenant Mike Shaw just says this is an example of a preventable crash caused by risky driving. Should never have happened in the first place. Man, we talked about that awful house explosion in Southgate that just rocked the area. Well, unfortunately, the woman who was rescued from underneath that rubble, she has passed away from her injuries. Her husband is still in critical condition. He suffered extensive burns and internal injuries. He was thrown from this home. He was found in the front yard. I mean, imagine that. Hopefully he can make a recovery.
Yeah.
When you see images of what that house looked like after, it's
not
hard.
A house anymore.
Oh no,
Hard to
it's
believe anybody lived.
right. Like I hope that this man can survive. And survive with it's tough. I mean, he's going to realize his wife is no longer there,
and his quality of life is
right.
going to be forever altered.
The family members of the victim say they were Amber and her husband Paul Benedict. Sounds like they were just really good people overall. The investigation is still underway to determine exactly what caused the explosion. You mentioned it, but several Detroit Lions players are changing their numbers for the 2025 NFL season. In fact, 8 different players are changing their jersey numbers, including Jameson Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs. So J-Mo is switching from 9 to number 1, which I guess isn't really all that shocking. That's
his college number.
Yeah, and he wanted that number, and so that's what he's getting. Gibbs is switching from number 26 to number 0. Terrion Arnold is also going from 0 to 6, and the list goes on. I said 8. I mean, Tim Patrick is now number 12. He was 17. We talked about some of these before. Ennis Rakestraw, 9.
Yeah.
Now was 15.
Yep.
You can check out the whole list. So,
Yeah.
interesting.
It's odd, but whatever. Life goes on.
Yep. Okay. I hate to tell you this, guys, but mosquito season sounds like it's going to be even worse this year. Which I mean, who loves mosquitoes? Nobody. I was about to say I hate mosquitoes, but nobody really.
Bold take.
Sure,
Yeah.
Humans though don't. So a mosquito expert says that the biggest factor that will affect this summer is actually a lot of the rain that we had last summer, because there's one species of mosquito that hatched the fall of the year before.
Yeah.
So they're ready, and there's surveillance that shows those mosquitoes are in much higher numbers, higher than we've seen in the last 5 years. These are the cat-kill mosquitoes, and they emerge around the 4th of July, and they've mostly been absent for the last 3 years, so they're hungry, they're biters, and they like human blood.
Better be careful for Roomba.
Yeah, what did you say they're called?
The cat kill?
Cat kill?
Yeah.
Do they kill cats?
No, I'm sorry. I did say the cat kill, didn't I?
Yeah.
They're cat-tail mosquitoes.
Very different connotation.
Freudian slip.
I'm going, no catio time for Roomba. All right.
I said
I didn't
that.
even say it.
I'm looking at I'm literally looking at the word, and I said cat-tail mosquitoes. So, wear long sleeve shirts, light color, they say, and bug spray.
Bug spray. We
But-
don't even get to spring and I'm already thinking about mosquitoes.
Just beware. Finally, Jim, you don't have kids, so you don't realize how quick little toddlers can move. You can turn your head for a second, and they are in another room, up the stairs, into something. Well, there's a story going viral about a mom in the UK who turned her head probably for a second or so and discovered that her toddler, her 1-year-old, was consuming her father's ashes.
Oh!
They were in a nice decorative urn.
Where's Grandpa?
And she came to the living room and discovered that the ashes were all over, like the entertainment center, on the little kid's shirt, on his face, near his mouth. Yeah.
Hey, now he's got more than just the DNA.
Yikes.
It's called family bonding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
She had the whole thing on video. You can go, not the whole thing of him eating it, but the
Reaction,
aftermath on video.
Heather with the news. Opening day, the celebrations here. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. That's the beautiful thing, is they're going to take the time to make sure that what they offer you, and there's a lot of it, it fits you and your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. All right, 98.61, FanDuel, Jansen. FanDuel is giving new customers an offer unlike any other for the first major at Augusta, because right now, new customers get $250 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. So take a look at it. Maybe it's Jordan Spieth. He's going to get his second green jacket. Or will Zalatoris finally break through in a major? You can bet all these storylines, plus first-round leaders, top 20s and 30s, 3 balls, tournament matchups, and so much more. And here's the best part. When you win, you're going to get paid instantly and bring home a major this major season. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All righty, and here's number 2. I'm going to have to slow this one down. This number is, that's no number. So let's go with FanDuel, Jansen. Only 2 teams remain, but you can still get in on the biggest game of the season in college basketball with FanDuel, because right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with your first $5 bet. That's new customers. You're going to get $200 when your first $5 bet wins. And you could do anything you want with that. Bet on from team totals to point spreads and so much more. The tournament action is at its peak, and FanDuel gives you all the ways to bet and all the excitement you could possibly handle. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and get in on the biggest college hoops game of the year with America's #1 sportsbook. That's FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right. Thanks, Greg.
looking like a near perfect day. Opening day, downtown Detroit.
Yeah, the sun's coming up as we sit right now. It's going to come up right over top of Comerica. It's going to be beautiful.
AJ Hinch will join us at 8:02. Talk with the manager, Tigers and White Sox later today for opening day. John, let's talk about it. What's the plan today? What are the traditions you guys have? 248-539-9797. And your question was about, is today for the kids, taking your kids down, or is today the family, or is today with your buddies, your girls?
Or is there a tradition that you have? And maybe it's college roommates, both guys and girls. Is this something that you did, or is it high school? Did you sneak down here in high school way back, back in the day? And even if it was Tiger Stadium, now Comerica, we had one guy earlier said, is this going to be 49 for him? So he obviously goes back to Tiger Stadium. I miss the bleacher seats. And we asked in the cookie jar if there was something that you would add to Comerica, and I totally blanked on that one. I would actually say go back to a couple of sections of the old school bleacher seats. I thought that was awesome. And I bet you on opening day that would be the place to be. Absolutely. Because I remember back at Tiger Stadium, it was, I don't know, we could go down there in high school. It was like $7 or $8 to get a bleacher seat. And so it was something that we could do. Mom and Dad probably didn't know we were coming down, but we could catch most of the game, get back in time before we got found out. There was no cell phones. There was no location at that time. So that's one where I would love if they added that to the stadium. But is it going to be a family day, opening day? Or is it going to be, hey, me and the guys, this is what we do? Kids, you're going to have to wait till Sunday, which is actually family day.
Today's one of the drunkest days of the year in the city of Detroit. I'm not sure you're bringing your little ones. This is a day for the boys, the girls. This is a day to get out and have a good time, celebrate the start of spring.
Yeah.
I'm the guy with no kids, though, so I'm the wrong person to ask.
And sometimes you don't have childcare, and if you want to come down, you got to bring the kids.
Yeah.
I mean.
And you can always enter the ballpark early.
You can, or this could be, and I know, Heather, you talked about this, Colin, might bring the kids down just to walk around the stadium before it even starts, not go in when the game actually starts, which I think may be the best plan. If you're going to make this a family day, come down, grab some lunch. There's plenty of great places to eat down here. See the excitement of opening day, and then you can catch the broadcast on the way home, catch it on TV when you get there, and then bring them back for an actual game on Sunday.
Let us know. Are you driving in from out of town?
Yeah.
Are you tailgating? Do you have the same spot that you hunker down every year? You bring the same group of people and you party? Let us know. 248-539-9797.
You guys probably saw it when we walked in, which we were walking in right 5:15, 5:30. There were already some tents set up and people were getting their tailgates ready. This is a holiday. And I'll throw this one out there as well. Are you taking a vacation day or is this a sick day, calling into the boss? I'm got a little cough going. I can't make it in.
Something's going around,
Yeah. Or you just own up and say, hey, I'm going to the ballpark. Live with it.
You just own it because you're going to post a photo from the ballpark.
Yeah.
And your boss is going to see it.
Yeah. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
But so we talked about this when March Madness started. Right, you only have generally you get 2 weeks of vacation. Some more, some not usually less, but. Were you taking a vacation day to watch the start of March Madness, and then now you have opening day? Like the sports calendar starts to eat away at those days off. And is this one important enough for you to take a day off of work? For me, yeah. Obviously we're working, but.
Well, we get off at 10. It's great. Like my plan is to stick around here, Hockey Town, have a couple drinks, yuck it up, have a good time, make my way into the ballpark, watch some baseball, eat some food. I'm going to do a quick little hop back home for a power nap, and then I'm back down for the double dip for Red Wing hockey tonight.
I'm curious because the Panthers are going to be at Ford Field tonight. Is
triple
anybody?
Dip?
Well, you could triple dip. It's going to be the Wings are starting at 7, the Panthers at 8.
Yeah, but they're playing the Hurricanes. They can be out of it. You could just leave.
Yeah, or are you so mad at the Wings right now that you'd rather go see the Panthers?
I'm sure there are people out there. But that's unique, and this is actually lined up now for a few years with the double dip.
Yeah,
with the Tigers and the Red Wings, and you can do both in one day.
And you've done it.
I've done it now. This will be the second year in a row. And I've done, I think 3 years in a row now they've played on opening day.
The Wings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the opportunity's been there, I think, for 3 years now for people.
And so the wife isn't coming to the baseball
No,
game, but
she's
she's
working,
coming
but we're
down.
gonna come reinforcements down for the hockey
Yeah.
game.
Well, so you're going to be in the press box, so you're not going to partake or imbibe.
Well, I'll imbibe before I go to the game, and then you can always sneak out of the press box and get yourself a drink. You just can't. You have to be composed enough.
So hold on a second here. We talk about being professional.
Can you be drunk in the press box?
You're going to drink and go in there at least a little buzzed, but you won't wear Tiger gear in there?
I just think it's
What?
a policy. I'm not.
It's not a
It's not
policy.
a policy.
Well, it's in the spirit of you don't cheer in the press box. You shouldn't be like
You
wearing
don't go
team
in there
gear.
drunk either.
Drinking on the job is a sign of a problem.
Is this an intervention? Is this what this is going to turn into?
Yeah.
I think you get an exception on
Open up your
opening day.
gambling app. Yeah. I think we're identifying a number of problems for this young man.
By the way, you need to get yourself a ticket wearable. It has the
Oh, I've
ticket,
got some stuff,
ticket
yeah.
logo and a Tiger logo together.
Yeah.
And that would
there,
make
you,
sense.
there you go.
That's how you get
but
around
then he wouldn't be able to wear his credential no matter where he goes. I'm Jim Costa.
I don't wear the credential wherever I go, Sean.
You just isn't that what he said earlier, Heather?
No, I said that's how I'm getting into the ballpark today. I don't have a seat. I'm going into the press area. That's how I'm going to get in the ballpark
Then
today.
you go out and get your hot dog and
your beer.
And beer, yeah.
And then go up to the press
will this get me a free beer?
Do you know who I am?
You got a solo cup too?
I hate all of you. I hate all of you. 248-539-9797.
And
Your
don't forget
traditions.
Roomba.
Tell us about your traditions today. No, I don't have the cat carrier with me, John. It's not about your pets or your kids. It's about going with your buddies today. I really think that. I mean, maybe if your kid's old enough to truly, stay for the whole game and appreciate the party. Like, how old would your kid be to take him to opening day?
Well, for me, I would want them to be mobile. I don't want to have to bring a stroller down.
Oh no.
And because I can't imagine they allow strollers. You're gonna have to park it somewhere.
You have to park it.
Yeah, and so they've got to be mobile, and mobile enough for them to be able to walk down the stairs to get to the seat. That's kind of the cutoff for me. I don't want to be carrying, especially Teddy. He's way too heavy to be carrying around up and down the stairs. I don't need a workout today. But I do think that as long as they're mobile, which could for different kids would be different, but 4, 5, I think is 100% in the range of where you would start bringing them to an event like this, because it's going to be bonkers and it's going to be crowded.
I defer to you guys.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to bring my young kids here, but if I had to, because I didn't have a sitter or something, then I would. I would say more 10 and up, because I also would like to have a couple drinks. And with a little one, I don't know, you got to keep your eyes on them so much. At least the 10-year-old is a little bit more self-sufficient.
Yeah. 16's the sweet spot, because then they can drive home.
That's right. There you go.
248-539-9797. Thoughts on opening day, the party that it is. AJ Hinch, 802. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, is the best place to bet on sports, and there's absolutely a loaded sports calendar this week. And we know we're down here for opening day. We've got hockey, which we've already talked about tonight. Basketball this weekend. So whether you're into basketball, baseball, hockey, it doesn't matter. Any other sport as well. Check out some of their exclusive promotions. Dinger Tuesday, Hump Day parlays, and golf profit boost tokens, which is going to happen over the weekend. And maybe you want to put a parlay together. So you have to put on a little and win a lot. So do the Wings and the Pistons and the Tigers all in one. Right now, new customers can get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to make every single moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's opening day. We've got AJ Hinch joining us at 8:02 this morning, talking Tiger baseball and the party that is opening day. Room for both on the phones, 248-539-9797. John's got his customized Jansen Tigers jersey.
77, baby.
Ready
Not
to
changing
go.
that number.
No. Ready to go for today. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797, where Matt joins us. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. So a couple years, I drive for a living, and it's a small company. So a couple years ago, me and some employees took 6 days to go to the game, and we met our boss at the game. And so ever since then, he now gives us unofficial 6 days where we just go to the game, but we still get paid either way. And it's really cool. So I'm glad I get to skip out on work, but still get paid.
Man,
That's
you
awesome.
must have one of the coolest bosses in town.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. He's a good guy.
Are you meeting him at the game today?
Yeah, I'm going to be at the game today. Well, we're all going to meet up.
All right. There you go.
Yeah, it's awesome when
Company
people get
outing.
it. It's good for your workforce, right? It's
Yeah.
morale building.
Positive, morale building, positive reinforcement, building up. So
Hey, we got a ticket texter who says something similar. Says, boss, pretty decent guy. They do a drawing a couple times a year for different games, and today they have sets of tickets for the Double Dip, a pair for the Tigers and Red Wings he's going to give out today for people at work.
Nice.
See, that's great.
Yeah. I am curious, is there anybody else that is doing the double dip? And are you going home after? I know you are, Jim, but is somebody who's coming down for the Tigers game, are they just going to hang out downtown and then just mosey on over to the LCA when it's time for the puck to drop?
So some of the challenges, baseball games go quicker now.
Yeah.
So the gap between the games, I mean, what
Is
time
a
do you
lot,
think the
yeah.
Tigers will be done?
So
1 o'clock first
1:10,
pitch?
I don't know, 3:30, 3:40.
Right. And then you got to kill 3 hours.
Yeah, so go
Get food.
Yeah, there's plenty of restaurants.
Yep.
Hop around to some bars, and especially, I mean, if it's a win, now you're locked into going home, and you can't stand down here or stay down here and celebrate with the fans. If it's a win, if it's a Javi Baez walk-off,
He's done it before. Is he in the lineup today, you think? I don't want to
know.
waste a question with AJ. He's tight today.
Yeah,
It's not like we need him to hand us the lineup card. I am curious how he sets the card, though.
I am curious too, because thankfully it's been measured as to when Javi's been in the lineup.
Yeah.
Now we did see him as a pinch hitter, which seems like an oxymoron.
Yeah, I was going, why is he the pinch hitter? But you look around the bench, and he was
There
the
weren't
best
many
option, which
options,
is
yeah.
a different issue for the ball club. But
Do you have hope that this team is going to be maybe a little bit better than you thought after having seen 6 games?
I hate that the last game was the one where all the flaws that we were concerned about played out in real time, right? Defense and bench bats and wasting pitching.
Yeah.
But the Mize thing feels real. Mm-hmm. The Torque thing, you get excited about. Those are 2 guys that weren't contributing at the end of last year. Those are 2 guys that have to keep the team afloat while we wait on Vierling and Meadows. Look, I think they're going to pitch well. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to scratch across some runs and play that AJ Hinch platoon ball. If they could be 500 through 40 games, I think they've got a shot in this division. I think that's a fair bar. And a chance to get above 500 this weekend, take advantage of the White Sox. Beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
Yeah.
You're going to lose to teams like the Dodgers, we understand, but beat the teams you're supposed to beat.
Win more series than you lose, and then start adding some things up, and when you have a chance to play the White Sox. And heck, even now the Twins. I'm shocked at how the Twins have started this season. They've pretty much carried over from where they ended last year. And
You see Correa, he's been terrible.
Yeah. But I am curious, has this Tigers team through 6 games given you some hope? Or is there something, like you mentioned, the flaws and all the warts that we saw in their last outing against the Mariners, has that stolen any hope that you had built up? Because it's really hard to look at numbers right now. And I know we'd all love, and we knew that Tarek Skubal was going to start the season as the first starter. It's disappointing that he's not starting today at Comerica to celebrate the start of the season here, as well as the Cy Young, all that stuff. But I am excited to see Jack Flaherty, and in the season that he had with us and with the Dodgers last year.
He picked us. You know what I mean? They traded him away. It's business.
Yeah,
and he picked
free
us.
agency. He picked us. He picked to come home, and I'm curious as to how much he picked us or how much he picked Chris Federer, because this staff, and whether it's Chris Federer or it's AJ Hinch and how he uses them, or the rest of the coaching staff, how much of it was, he just wanted to come back to Detroit, or how much did he actually pick? This is the bunch that rejuvenated my career. And now I've signed a 2-year deal with them because I think it's my best opportunity to continue to pitch at this level.
The reputation that the Tigers have taking care of their pitchers. You said hope. Opening day is a day of hope.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what the record is, everybody gets excited for baseball season. Everybody wants to go to the ballpark for the first time, see Comerica Park, and see this baseball team. They got a losing record. Some of that is playing the Dodgers 3 games to start the season. Hope is the key word on opening day. So what has you feeling hopeful? And if there's something in the back of your mind that you just can't get over right now, you can share that as well.
So what's stolen it is the injuries.
Yeah.
And that was even stolen before they even had one pitch in the regular season. But Gleyber Torres, and that injury, and we thought, well, maybe Colt Keith going back to second base, and it's helped him at the plate. And he had, 3 walks last time, no hits, but the air in the field really, stole some of that as well. But when you look at Spencer Torkelson, I don't know how else you can look at it other than hope. I don't know that you're ready to say that's something we can count on. I think the sample size is way too long. The sample size of him not being a hitter is much larger, but it's been a nice start. Dylan Dingler, I think he's been a nice addition, and his numbers bear it out. Justin Henry Malloy, since he's been up, all right, he's been, had an impactful at least in one game. And he's only been here for 2. And so you look at him at Riley Green, kind of counting on him, slow start in regards to the first couple of games in LA, but
some pop, some power.
Some power, but he returned to form in Seattle.
And they're playing him some at center field too. So, okay, we got the update. We got AJ Hinch. It's all coming up. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans of Shelby Township. Today is opening day in downtown Detroit as Comerica Park plays host to the Tigers and White Sox. Pregame for that game is at 12:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Both teams looking to improve to a 3-4 start on the year. Another game taking place in downtown Detroit today is the Red Wings taking on the Carolina Hurricanes. That game also here on The Ticket with a 6:45 pregame. Red Wings hoping to keep their playoff hopes alive as they still remain 6 points out. Then over on our sister station, WWJ, you can catch the Pistons and Raptors pregame with me at 7:05. That Pistons team, a much more likelihood of clinching a playoff spot. They can do so tonight with a win. Their magic number is just at 1. Cade Cunningham also with a hopeful return to the court tonight as he is currently listed as questionable. And then finally, several Lions players will be receiving different jersey numbers this year. Some popular players to be included in that change include Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams. Gibbs will be going from number 26 to 0. J-Mo going from number 9 to number 1. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on The Ticket. You can also head to 971theticket.com.
Sun is up. It's shining on the ballpark. 50 degrees for first pitch. Sounds pretty good. We're joined by the Tiger manager. Happy opening day, AJ.
We are happy to be home. That was about an 8-week road trip from spring training to California and leads us back to downtown Detroit. So we're pumped to be here.
From your position right now, and you get a chance to see the excitement from the players, you'll certainly see the excitement from the fans on the way to the ballpark, in the ballpark. What's your level of excitement, and how much does the environment play and amp things up when you finally get going?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, we love playing at home, and this group, almost to a man, saw the ballpark alive, for the last September and into the playoffs. And so this is an electric environment when our people come out and support us. And it's a thrill. I mean, obviously opening day is special. The home opener is always special in Detroit. It's like a holiday in Michigan, and as it should be. And And I think our players thrive off of that environment. And, it's kind of ironic. Last time we played the White Sox, we had a pretty big celebration after that one of those games. And now here they are coming back for our first home game this year.
Yeah, I remember that. That was a fun Friday night for a lot of fans. AJ, what did you take out of the first 6 games, the road trip to kick off the season?
A little bit of everything. Obviously, we got hit with some injuries coming out of spring, but our guys have responded well. I feel like we should have won a game or two in LA, and then we go up and win this series in Seattle. So it was a tough way to finish it, not getting the sweep. But, our guys have done a pretty good job adjusting from, the schedule change to going out west. And, we were playing 9 a.m. practices for 6 weeks. 1 o'clock games on the East Coast, and now we were on the West Coast. That's not an easy transition, so I thought our guys handled that fine. And a few mistakes would have changed the record on the road trip, but I also think there was a lot of good that got covered up by, a few of those losses. So little mixture of both, but I think as a manager, watching our guys prepare and watching our guys get into games, and our approaches early in the games have been awesome against really good pitchers. I hope that continues so that we can sort of, get the benefit of that type of preparation into the win column.
Well, you mentioned the injuries, and obviously the biggest position that was hit was center field. And how are you managing the workload of Riley Green in center, when to play him in center, when to keep him in left versus Ryan Kreidler?
Yeah, obviously I've turned to Kreidler a lot, as a defensive first player, and I'm trying to give him some consistent playing time and leave Riley in left field. I gave him a DH day. I'm probably going to give Riley a game off at some point and be, conservative with how much load we put on him, as are with all of our guys. Carp got a day off. All of these guys are not going to play every single game. So as far as center field goes, I'm not afraid to play Riley in center. I think it's really important for everyone to know that. The trade-off is really, the defensive first mindset versus trying to squeeze a little bit of extra offense. Now, the better that Margot plays, the more that he plays. The better that Andy Ibanez plays, maybe he mixes in some at-bats against righties, which can push McKinstry to the outfield. So it's truly a mix and match of multiple positions. It's not just about center field, but I like the lineup with, Kreidler in center and Riley on a corner and Harp on a corner, specifically with Malloy here. That's probably the general outfield I'm going to go with. Now, I say that, and I'm not going with that today. Riley's in center field today, so I'm just going day by day and sorting out, what to put in, or when to put in, whatever strength we want.
There's a lot of moving parts. We're talking to AJ Hinch this morning, opening day here in Detroit. A lot of talk in the offseason was Colt Keats moving to first. Now Colt Keats back over at second with the Gleyber-Torres injury. When we talk to fans and have that conversation about how this lineup changes, is Torres open to playing third base or anywhere else when he's healthy?
We haven't even had the conversation. I don't really know why that would be a topic. Gleyber's our second baseman when he's healthy. Colt, moved to first, and Torque obviously hit his way onto this lineup. It doesn't really change a ton, but it's not even a topic that we've covered or that we've talked about because we expect Gleyber to be our second baseman.
Does that change anything if Torque hits well? Because then where does Keith play, right? It's just a question that we wonder about. How do you get as many of these bats in the lineup as possible?
Well, you saw it. You saw it in the first trip before Gleyber got hurt. Like, all of those guys were in the lineup every day. So I don't think it really impacts who's in the lineup or how to get the bats in the lineup. I think it impacts kind of positioning. Carp plays a little more outfield. Torque has DH and played first. Colt has DH and played first and played second. So it hasn't deterred us from getting the bats in the lineup that we want.
Super excited about the way Torque hit in spring training. I'm sure you guys are as well, and early in the season. And fans want to know what's different from your perspective, and how reliable is it that he can be consistent in whether it's power or just being able to continue to hit and get on base?
Yes, I'll tell you a funny reaction. When you started that question, I'm like, fans want to know, is he going to do this every day? Is he going to hit 550 every day? Like that's what I thought you were going with. I think what's different for him, has been a little bit process-based, in how he's preparing, how he's limiting some of the noise surrounding the offensive side of the game. I mean, he has a game plan. He's simplified it. He's taken an athletic approach where his stance is a tick different. His swing is a tick different. It's nothing that's necessarily all that notable, but there's some rhythm and timing increase, which has been good. And so you add all that up has been the real adjustment. It's not like it's a magic pill or it's something that he snaps his finger and all of a sudden you're going to see this drastic change. Like now he's standing 2 feet open, or now he is, I think everybody wants to say, aha, that's what it was. There is a maturation process. There is a little bit of process-based change. There is a little bit of a mechanical slight tweak and a confident hitter coming into the season. So I like how he came into the season and had some immediate success, because I think the microscope is on this guy, 24/7, but it's sustainable to the extent that, he's just got to stay in the fight whenever things, get a little bit, less successful for him. And then he's going to have these peaks of success, which does not mean he has it all figured out. And he's found a good process that I certainly believe in, he believes in, and the production speaks for itself. I mean, he's not going to be perfect. I hope we don't hold him to that bar, because it's a tough sport and it's a difficult skill. But it's hard to deny that he has been a significant breakthrough from spring training on as a potent bat in the middle of the order.
Everybody loves a great redemption story, and his start is exciting and encouraging for Tiger fans. Yeah. Not the only number 1 overall pick, though, that's got a little juice right now. Casey Mize. I think people are excited to see, right? This is another year beyond Tommy John, and that splitter looks good. What kind of season do you project for Casey?
Yeah, Casey has really stepped up and grabbed this rotation spot. What I've learned about Casey in the last 2 years has been that he's a fighter. Like when you put him in the competition against other guys, he really did step up. Last year he won the job, and then he wasn't able to hold it. This season he came in knowing full well he wasn't on this team, and he needed to pitch his way onto the team. He dominated, and then he carried it into his first start. It looks like the secondary pitches come with that type of finish, and the sliders are both good. The split has been nasty. He's got a lot of confidence in the zone, which allows him to pound the zone and then get some swing and miss out of the zone. So I think he's a process-based guy, and he needs to go start by start. But he's put together a very, very good foundation to have a very successful season. I mean, he has all the stuff. He has the mindset. He expects the world. I mean, even when I took him out, partway through the game, the other day, I had to make sure that he didn't, get too frustrated and just take negative out of that. And he's done a good job of just staying grounded and staying around the strike zone. So if he does that, then we're gonna stack good starts together, and he's a formidable starting pitcher at this level. And I'm excited for him, because it hasn't been easy for him, either through injury, or the opportunity that he didn't get to be on the playoff roster last year, and he doesn't want to have that taste in his mouth again.
Dylan Dingler has been exciting at the plate. His numbers bear it out. How is his offensive production changing your rotation at catcher? What does that look like throughout the course of the year?
Yeah, I mean, I go kind of the course of the series. I have a hard time when I look at this, like the macro view of the whole season. I have no idea how life's going to be in the next 6 months. But I can tell you that series by series, I went into the season expecting, a couple series are going to be Jake 2 out of 3, and a couple series are going to be Dingler 2 out of 3, and that's kind of how it's playing out. I mean, I like, Tarek and Jake working together. I like Dingler and Flaherty working together, and I'm going to mix and match the rest. And there may be a time where I flip Skubal and Flaherty with different catchers, just the way the schedule works. But we have 2 formidable catchers. They have different strengths, but they both have strengths. They have different things that we're guarded against, and we're going to work around those things. So I still see them as 2 viable guys that could catch the majority of games, but somebody's going to catch more than the other. But that has to play itself out more than I've labeled one of them one thing or another. They're both going to catch. And as you saw last year when Carson Kelly was here, it's good when you have options and you don't feel like you're taking a step back regardless of who you put behind the plate.
AJ, you got a busy day. We'll get you out of here on this. Torpedo bats, how do you feel about them?
I think I think it's funny how much love and attention they're getting. I mean, I see the science behind it, and it makes sense. If you're going to hit the ball towards the label, that the fatter the barrel is, the better. I don't think it's like the perfect solution for everybody, but I think it's a copycat league, and there's going to be a lot of guys that are curious if that can solve some of the issues offensively that torment players in this level. But I see it as sort of an evolution of how to combat some of the different shapes of the pitches, or the different style of pitching nowadays, or the velocity, and where you're not making perfect contact on that little small barrel that we were all accustomed to. They're legal. They're not new. These have been around for a few years. They're just now mainstream part of the conversation. And it sort of makes me laugh, because I think this stuff happens all the time. But I see when it's associated to being like all of a sudden a homer bat, I have a little bit of skepticism that it's going to solve 30 teams' homer issues.
How long would it take if somebody wanted to switch to a torpedo bat? Is there an adjustment period, or is it, hey, as long as it weighs the same, it swings the same?
So it won't be the same. So you could take the exact same bat and have it be 34-inch, 32-ounce, which is a sort of standard stock, size bat, and have it be the same. It's weighted different. Where the weight is, it's going to be a little bit handle heavy. Not like there's some guys that cup their bats, that makes it a little bit more barrel friendly. If you don't cup your bat, it makes it a little bit top heavy. So the feel of the bat is, you're bringing up a great point, because that's what players are going to have a hard time with when it comes to any bats. Now, I've watched players go through 4 different model bats. They're going to chase the bat until they get hits. Like they definitely will try anything. And so I think it has to feel right. That's a great point, because athletes need to feel like their equipment they're using is giving them the best chance. And that's why you'll see guys work it into the BP and then make a determination whether or not it's a gamer. The gamer is pretty well protected, but players are unafraid to change if they think it can help them.
Hey, AJ, appreciate your time today. Have fun later today at the ballpark, all right?
You got it.
Happy opening
Appreciate
day.
you guys. Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you. Bye.
It's AJ Hinch, Tiger Manager, 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sorts is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Feminino has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after an accident. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Feminino. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
We got the opening day cookie jar coming up at 8:35. John, AJ Hinch giving us some time today on a busy day. What'd you take from him?
Riley Green's going to be in center today, and I love the fact that he said, we're not afraid to play him in center.
Loved hearing that.
Yeah. And I mean, everybody's buzzing about the torpedo bats, and the fact that I do think it's not just as simple as because when the Yankees had all those home runs, and then all of a sudden you hear, well, the Atlanta Braves made this huge order for torpedo bats. If there's anything I know, and it's, I don't know, there's a direct relationship between football and baseball, but anytime we would have to play with a new helmet, like it's not just as simple as putting one on and thinking that it's going to be the helmet that works or it's going to be comfortable, because all of them are different. They fit different. They feel different. They hit different. And thanks, Tony. So to think that something that is as difficult as hitting a baseball, that you just swap in a new bat, and all of a sudden, hey, you're not only hitting more home runs, but you're making more contact. The swing feels good. I think it's going to take some time for a lot of these guys to integrate that if they want to, and if they feel it makes a difference, into actually using it on game days.
I'm happy to hear it from AJ, because it's one thing when we talk about it, but the guys around it, it's not an instant fix if you're struggling at the plate. It's not like if this team has a stretch where they're not hitting, it's as easy as you just ship in a bunch of torpedo bats. It's got to be the right bat for the right hitter. You want to move the sweet spot down to the label a little more. Well, that hitter has to be someone who puts label on ball.
Yeah.
And they have to be able to handle that bat and make the adjustments. That was interesting to hear from AJ.
I actually thought he came off very indifferent about it, too.
Yeah.
Meaning it's not this cheat code or something that people are saying.
It's not.
Yeah, he just seemed like, okay, if it works for the player, great, and that's it. But
that's kind of what.
And some of it's mental as well. Like if you try the new bat and you feel it's different, and like as long as it feels good to you, and even in your mind you think, okay, my odds are better with this bat. Going up there with that confidence makes a difference.
Ticket Texter said AJ sounded very confident. I can hear it. Look for a sweep this weekend.
I think so. I mean, it's the White Sox. Yeah, it should make you feel confident.
Take advantage of it. He got a little defensive when I asked about Torres moving around. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers today. It's opening day. I was just curious with all the lineup stuff. Everybody else. I'm like, we're already off to a bad start.
I thought so too. As soon as I heard it, I'm like, I don't even know why that'd be a topic. Well,
I was like, AJ, we got to fill 4 hours a day.
Yeah,
I didn't say that, but
it's just a question.
And think about it. Everybody else on this team has got a little extra on their plate. Riley's going to play some center. Torque and Javi were repping in the outfield in spring training.
Yeah.
Cole Keats yo-yoed around. It was, hey, in a pinch, could Torres play anywhere else? And I would just tell you this. The big takeaway for me, he's their second baseman. AJ said it clear as day. He's playing nowhere but second. I suppose they could DH him, but he's not playing all over the diamond.
No. Yeah, so it sounds like there's
no
option. Yeah, no option at third base.
Yeah.
So our third base is Vierling if he comes back.
Well, what's the latest on that? I was just reading that he's now taken some cuts. Like he's actually hitting a little bit. So he could be back maybe a couple weeks. Who knows?
Oh, yeah, he should. 10-day IL is nothing. So I think the thing right now to watch in terms of changing this season is Colt Keith. And he might end up being the odd man out here once they get fully healthy. And I think, too, his contribution to play, I mean, he's doing well with walks, you know.
Yeah.
But if he's the one not hitting and it's keeping somebody better hitting out of the lineup, and
play it out. Let's play it out, because Torres is, I mean, obliques you never know, but we're optimistic he's not going to miss too much time. If Torres comes back, he's playing second. Let's say Vierling's back before the end of the month, conservatively. He's playing third. Colt Keith's your DH if Torque's hitting. And if Keith doesn't hit, you're not going to have a DH who doesn't hit. That's where you raise an eyebrow.
I've got Malloy. I've got
Carp occasionally at
Carp.
DH.
Yeah. I mean, Carp's the left-handed bat.
Although it sounds like he's just going to play a lot of outfield, which is exciting, because then it does free up the DH spot.
Yeah.
There eventually is going to be a numbers game if Vierling and Meadows both play.
Good problem to have if they get a bunch of good baseball players and can't fit them all in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean that to me, if they are able to come in and hit the ground running, that's going to be the bigger question. Is not having had that time at the end of spring training, not having that time right now at the start of the season. How effective will Parker Meadows be when he comes back? Matt Vierling when he comes in,
and keep winning, stay afloat, give them a chance.
Yeah,
those guys don't. That way they don't have to come back and have the miracle of last year.
Right,
come back and be about 500 in this division and then it's super doable.
Yeah, because 500 in this division might actually be leading the division.
Would be right now.
Yeah.
First place Tigers, right? 2-4.
Yes.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, we had record rainfall this week that left many in Metro Detroit waking up on Thursday to flooded streets, flooded homes, flooded businesses. I saw lots of videos on social media of people with a lot of water damage. 1 to 3 inches of rain fell throughout Metro Detroit. There was one newscaster that said the water was so deep on one east side Detroit street that it looked like a river, standing there in waders, rubber boots. He also described a Lincoln Park homeowner using a bucket to just anything they could to get the water out of their basements. So at Metro Detroit Airport on Wednesday, there was 2.18 inches of rainfall, which broke the previous record set in 1945 of 1.44 inches. So, yeah, crazy, right?
Well, 'cause it was a lot at once.
Yeah, it happened quickly. In Flint, too, there was a new record of 1.75 inches. The previous record, also back in 1945, of 1.62 inches.
Did you guys have any flooding issues?
No,
we just got over ours.
I said you've been dealing with all kinds of water issues.
Yeah, the sump pump was running pretty frequently.
We just had one installed, which is
good.
perfect timing.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Perfect. You guys remember that Michigan couple that was in jail in Mexico?
Yeah.
They spent a lot of time behind bars in a Mexican prison. Well, they're now back on U.S. soil. They had this dispute with a timeshare company, right? And this husband and wife, they were taken into custody basically when they landed in Cancun back on March 4th. They're accused or were accused of defrauding this hospitality company, but they were released and their criminal charges have been dismissed after they reached an agreement with this company. So obviously they're very, very thankful to be back home, and they're thankful for all the help they got, specifically from one congressman that actually went to Mexico to say, hey, I'm not leaving here unless I have this couple with me. So they're glad to be home for sure. Several Detroit Lions players are changing their numbers in the 2025 NFL season, and some big time people. You got these jerseys at home. 8 different players are changing their jersey numbers, including Jameson Williams and Jahmyr Gibbs. J-Mo switching from number 9 to number 1. Gibbs is switching from number 26 to number 0. There's a lot of other players as well that are making some changes.
You know the risk when you buy a jersey, it doesn't make it any less lousy when you wake up today and realize, oh, my jersey's out of date.
Yeah, but when you buy a jersey, you don't think there's risk involved.
Well, we went through it. Very rarely does a Detroit athlete, like a star, like a Gibbs, change their jersey. But I guess now it's vintage.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a
one way to look
throwback.
at it, yeah.
I think you still wear it.
Yeah, of course you do.
You spent a ton of money on that, or somebody spent it on you.
As a gift,
Yeah, I mean, you wear it. I mean, you see all sorts of people wearing all sorts of jerseys still, so go for it. Tom Cruise honored Val Kilmer at the CinemaCon yesterday in Las Vegas. I was curious what he would do, right? Because I hadn't seen a post from him or not, but he was there to present footage from his Mission Impossible movies. But before he started, he took time to pay tribute to Kilmer, and he said, I can't tell you how much I admire his work and him as a human being, how grateful and honored I was that he joined Top Gun and then came back for Top Gun Maverick. So he took this moment of silence, and then afterward he said, thank you, Val. I wish you well on your next journey. Thank you for doing that. I know he appreciates it, so which is nice. Yeah.
We went back and watched Tombstone the other night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Colin was watching Heat when I got home from work yesterday.
Yeah.
Yep. So you guys remember that Georgia dad that was just arrested for leaving his kids at a McDonald's for hours so he could go on this job interview, right? Got lots of attention. There was a GoFundMe started by, who was that?
Antonio Brown.
Yes, there you go, to raise money for him. Well,
CMU's finest.
Police now say that he wasn't actually at a job interview at all. So they did say he did apply for a job earlier in the day, but that's not what he was doing. So they interviewed the oldest child, which was 10 years old, and she said that they walked to the McDonald's from this apartment complex, and then she stated that her father left to deliver a backpack to the apartment complex. I don't have all the info, but and they checked the time when he went to apply for this job, was never at an interview. She also told him, or told police that they were frequently left alone by their father.
So he just ditched him.
So he wasn't really
So, and the GoFundMe is.
Oh, it's over $78,000.
Because the thought was, oh, here's a dad trying to make it work.
Right.
He's looking for work and a job.
Doesn't have the child care to watch his kids in order to go get this job.
Let's help this guy who wants to put in an honest day's work. Meanwhile, Can
you get a refund on GoFundMe?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There is, because there's people who have started GoFundMes for people who are like faking cancer treatments or so you can get your money sent back to you. I don't know though if you can go on and say, give me that money back, or if the person who set up the GoFundMe or GoFundMe in general has to give you
it's
the
on
money.
Antonio Brown.
I don't know. I don't know how it works, but it might be.
I'll let you know right now. You're probably not getting that back.
Yeah.
Maybe GoFundMe will step in there and
you would hope so.
And give some money back. Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Cookie Jar opening day edition. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather Park. And if you've ever thought about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. You guys, I couldn't be more excited to be getting mine from Beninati Pool and Spa. And let me tell you, the entire process, it was so easy. We went to the showroom. They told us everything about every hot tub. We got to sit in some of them, and they helped me pick out a perfect hot tub that's going to be great for me and my family. Plus, they're going to deliver it. They're going to install it, and they're going to take care of all the maintenance, too. They handle everything. It's just a total breeze. Beninati Pool and Spa is in Utica, right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township, right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you'll be met with Beninati experts who will give you a personalized experience to help you fit and find your right hot tub. And get this, if you mention my name, they'll take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by Utica or Clinton Township and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Hey, if your lawn's like mine, it's starting to green up. They are all across town, and you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call now. That number, 888-GET-GREEN. You can find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Right now, for a limited time, if you purchase a full lawn program, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 The Ticket, and you're going to get the Natural Way difference. Here's what it is. You got kids, you got pets, everybody's running around the lawn. You want to be running around the lawn, playing in it. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to assign your lawn its own specialist, and then they're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And you don't want to see crabgrass. It's a pain in the backside. So that first treatment is imperative. It's the most important one. You got to take care of it now. They're locally owned and operated for over 3.5 decades, and they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Sun's out. Opening day is here. Good morning, 97.1. And a reminder, the party is not just today, but it's all weekend. Live entertainment, celebrity appearances. It's the opening weekend block party presented by Miller Lite. It's happening around Comerica Park all weekend long today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Sunday's Kids Day, right? It's always Kids Day.
Yeah. It'll be so if you're coming with the guys or it's a girls' day out today, then yes. Yeah, not a great setup. That's
Heather,
okay.
you all right over
Sorry.
there?
Yeah.
Throwing things are falling.
It's kind of a Mission Impossible scene. You got to
Birds'
navigate.
heads are falling off. Yes.
Anyway, yeah, Sunday is Kids Day.
Yes, perfect. Cool. We got Dan Dickerson coming up at 9 o'clock, 9:02 after the update. We'll talk to the voice of the Tigers on opening day as we should, as is right.
I want to make an amendment to what I said in the cookie jar about the additions to or changes I would make at Comerica. I remember the days in high school, back when it was Tiger Stadium, where my brother and I would come down and we would hit the bleachers. And it was $7 a ticket. And, to me, that just, if they had a couple of sections where they went with the bleacher seats, the bleacher bums, I think that would be a great throwback. Probably not as comfortable as the chairs that are there now, but they're not, the common folk don't get to sit in the cooled or heated seats.
But that's throwback baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, that is iconic baseball. Ticket texter with their thought on who is going to say play ball today.
Oh, who do we got?
Jeff Daniels.
That could be it.
Yeah.
What about, and he'd have to be up to it, Dave Coulier.
Oh, I would love that.
That would be cool.
Cool
Yeah,
moment for him.
yeah,
Wings
if he was
fan?
up for it. Yeah.
I know, but he's a Detroit
He's got
guy.
the Detroiter.
Yeah.
Yep, he is.
Do you think the Jeff Daniels moment would carry over to the Tigers? Now, the Tigers did make the postseason last year, and he's obviously somewhat credited with bringing
the curse.
the
Taking it
curse.
away,
Yeah,
yeah.
taking it away, bringing the Lions out of the curse.
Say goodbye. You realize after we sang that, everything kind of went downhill.
Yeah. But, I mean, that would be an option, sure.
Yeah, he'd make a lot of sense. He's a proud Detroit sports fan. I love Jeff Daniels. What else we got here? Ticket texter on the go-to drink, gin and tonic with lemon, lime, and orange. It says Miller Lite, a gimlet, hop slam. It's a lot.
Yeah.
That's opening day. That's how it works.
Yeah, one of
Go
each.
for it.
Yeah.
That's right. Daiquiris for cookies. Uh-oh. Does he have an au pair for his cat? That's strike one. Look, if you taste good and you like it, don't let other
Why would he
people.
need an au pair for his cat when he's going to bring it with him?
If it tastes good, don't let other people shame you. Drink what you want.
Oh, no, we will shame you. Yes,
It's
walk
got
around.
rum in it.
Yeah.
It's fruity. It tastes good.
Yeah, an umbrella.
Enjoy your daiquiri with two umbrellas.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Eminem or Dan Campbell should be the guy to yell play ball today to kick off the season.
Yeah.
Eminem does a lot of this stuff.
Sure.
Dan Campbell was kind of unanimous on our show.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going, Eminem, you could throw Kid Rock in there.
Yeah, you could. What
Yeah.
about J.K. Simmons or Gibby? A couple other ones that we got.
Gibby would be awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that would be. We saw him obviously in L.A. At the start of the season for the Dodgers version of Gibby's career. It was just kind of cool that the Tigers were there as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, to have him
Did
do
you
it
see
today.
some Tiger fans didn't like that? Like, he played for them. He had a big home run. He's every right to go out there and
Get over yourself.
I know.
I mean, that's dumb. I thought it was great. I thought it was great too that he looked so good.
Yeah.
Like he, jogs out there, throws out the first pitch. Like he looked great.
Has John ever done the 9x9x9 at a baseball game? 9 dogs, 9 beers, 9 innings.
I've done the 9 dogs in 9 innings and probably then some, but no, not 9 beers. No.
The problem
It's not
is
my game.
the games are so much shorter now.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had an extra half hour, 45 minutes, it's.
But when do they cut everybody off? What, 7th inning? So you'd have to get
The beer's gotta go.
Yeah, you'd have to. And
so
then
what's
you
the
would.
strategy? Is it go beer heavy first? But then you get.
No.
It's not a great way to do this.
You'd have to have a couple of dogs in your belly,
Yeah.
and then go with the beers, and then finish it off with the dogs.
Or just simultaneously. Like you have a couple bites of a dog, a couple drinks of your beer.
Yeah.
You got to do it like
What are you,
all
like,
Years
Joe
together.
ago,
Chestnut,
we saw
you
that
dunk
guy
'em?
with that made the straw out of the
yeah.
the dog. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was awkward.
It is.
If I could pick a change at the ballpark, I would choose for them to stop asking me for a tip after every purchase. It makes you feel awkward. They give you a dirty look. Rob on his way downtown, but speaking for everyone.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cashless. Remember that.
Yeah, so just hit 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, and move on.
It is the awkwardness. It's like I get tip. We've done this topic. I get tipping someone at a restaurant that's serving you. But if I'm just walking up to a concession stand and you're handing me a hot dog and foil.
Yeah.
No tip.
My neck is getting tired. Trying to make this mic.
You're sitting like I'm a
teenager.
Sitting,
yeah.
Like slouched over, hunched over.
Teacher, stop talking to me.
Just got to turn your hat a little more.
No, flatten the brim out a little bit.
One other ticket text on all this stuff. It says, Cookies, as a high schooler, me and my family were at that Rajai Davis walk-off grand slam. We left in the 8th because baby brother was mad they were down 3 and they were going to lose. Signed, Tyler.
Baby brother for a reason.
You never let him forget it.
Send him home in an Uber.
Yeah, you go home. We're going to watch the rest of the game.
As long as it's not, hey, I was
child.
8 at the time and he was 6. Yeah.
My mom and dad said, hey, if you don't want to be here.
Here's the keys.
Baseball, you just never know. With the rallies.
And that's the thing. And even, we're watching that Seattle game. And they get to the 9th inning, bases are loaded. And they bring up Javi Baez and Zach McKinstry, and you kind of felt like you knew at that point. But no, you're never out of it. And we've seen walk-off grand slams. We've seen a lot of different things. And mine was obviously the Miggy Snow Globe moment. Mm-hmm. Yeah, in baseball, you're never out of it. Relief pitcher comes in and he doesn't have his best stuff that day. All of a sudden, the bats come on fire and you score 2 or 3 runs and you're either back in it or you're up in the 9th inning. That's when it gets the best. I would rather, honestly, and I know I gave you a hard time about missing the Parker Meadows home run. I would rather be here for the last, if you're only going to make 6 innings, be here for the last 6 versus the first 6.
Yeah. It's one thing, you're getting off work and maybe you can't get down right on time. The game's starting earlier, especially early in. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, that's the sweet spot.
Sure is. How do you feel about the team right now? We've done a lot of the festivities today. We got Dan Dickerson coming up here in a couple minutes. They got a losing record, but I don't think people's heads should be down right now.
No, a lot of hope. Lot of hope about this team. And, at the beginning of any season, hope seems to spring eternal. Some of that was eroded away with Meadows, Veerling, now Gleyber Torres being hurt. But the way that some of the guys have come out and hit, and it's the 6-game sample of Riley Green. And, I know he was an all-star last year. That's the one thing that you think you can hang your hat on. That's the confidence that you have that Riley Green's still going to be that guy and will be for a number of years. But it's the way that Torque started the year. It's the way that Dylan Dingler, when he's been in there, he's been on fire at the plate. And so some of those different things. And then the hope continues where because this division is so bad, you're playing the Sox, you get one up above 500 when this series is done, you're at 5-4, and you got the Twins in the coming weeks. You can keep your head above water until those reinforcements arrive, like a Veerling or a Meadows. It sounds like
further down the line.
It's way further down the line. But Veerling, it sounds like he might be back.
Look, on opening day, people want to be hopeful. So, yeah, that's the hope that you would speak to, is this team's going to pitch. The one concern we have about offense, if Green and Torkelson, I think it was a couple years ago, Baseball America had them on the cover, Tiger Kings. If those two guys are healthy, producing, middle of the order, top of the order, you could stay afloat until you get your reinforcements.
Yeah. And that's the goal.
Yeah. We got Dan Dickerson joining us after the update. We'll talk more Tiger baseball. It's 97.1. This is always a treat. We get to opening day, and we talk to the voice of the Tigers, Dan Dickerson. Dan, thanks for making time. Happy opening day.
Hey, it's great to be here. There's nothing better. Nothing better. I love it.
What's your favorite part of opening day?
Listen to that sound. It is spring has sprung. Baseball's here. You hear Dan's voice. Thank you very much for joining us.
Absolutely.
What is your favorite part of opening day?
I don't know. I love like walking over here and then on the way back, walking through the parking lots, walking by all the tailgates, because I've been to a lot of cities for opening day. Everybody does a nice job. I'm sorry. I'm biased. Nobody matches Detroit. It's just this celebration that baseball is back that has such a good feel to it, and I love saying hi to fans and the atmosphere that's created in the ballpark when you've got every square inch filled with fans is pretty special.
Well, it had to be nice starting out west in regards to just the weather. And I was going to ask you this. We talked a little bit out before you came on. What's your other than Comerica and being here in Detroit, what's your favorite place to go in Major League Baseball?
I always kind of go with American League ballparks first because we played there more. So ranking the American League ballparks, I've always loved Seattle. First day I walked in, and it's about the feel for me. That's all I can describe. I mean, everybody's going to have a different opinion.
Yeah.
But the first day I walked into Seattle, Safeco back then, it just had a great feel to it, and it's remained one of my favorites through the years. Target Field, I think, is one of the greatest new ballparks because of how they built it on a small piece of land that's very enclosed, and the upper deck is above the lower deck, which sounds funny, but no other ballpark has that.
Yeah.
None of the new ones do. So I love that. Fenway, because I feel like I'm walking into Tiger Stadium
Right,
since it opened the same
History.
week
Yeah.
in 1912. Those are a few of my favorites. Pittsburgh is absolutely gorgeous with the Roberto Clemente Bridge, the Monongahela River, the confluence of all the three rivers. So it really, that's a great one. I could go on. San Francisco's right up there as well, but those would be always in my top five.
What'd you take out of the West Coast trip baseball-wise?
I thought the at-bats the Tigers had, and we said this going into the Seattle series, the at-bats the Tigers had against the Dodgers, that's one of the best, obviously, teams, but also pitching staffs that you're going to see, were really good. And it just kind of gets back to what the Tigers, coaches talk about, that young players have to learn how to game plan and then take that game plan into a game and learn that every at-bat is different based on the game situation. That takes time. And it got better as last season went on. And so they got into games better. Certainly we saw it in that 31-11 stretch. But to see them do that against the Dodgers and work some of those at-bats, not chase, stay in the strike zone, but then the next step is do damage when there are pitches in the strike zone. It wasn't perfect, obviously, in that first game without, a hit with runners in scoring position. But the quality of those at-bats carried into the Seattle series, and without three regulars, I thought that was the best thing coming out of the trip. They didn't pitch as well as they're going to pitch. The pitching is still going to be the strength of this team.
And we talked about that all last week, too. The amount of pitches that opponents' pitchers were pitching versus Tigers' pitchers.
Right.
It seemed like they were working the count. They were working the good at-bats. Are you at all surprised about the foot traffic that the Tigers have had on the base paths?
No, I think yeah, I mean, not surprised, but I think, again, that was the best part of it.
Yeah.
Everybody was focusing on the 0 for 15 with runners in scoring position. I concentrated on the 15 because if you have traffic on the base paths, you're going to get hits. I mean, that's just a fluke, in my opinion. You're going to have hits. What do the quality of the at-bats look like in the rest of the game? And that, to me, was the best part coming out of it. They're missing three guys. Those three guys come back, Perez, Meadows, Vierling.
Yeah.
The offense is going to be even better. But in the meantime, they're showing, look at Dingler's at-bats. Trey Sweeney hit a home run in Seattle. That's a tough place to hit a home run. I think Cole Keith is going to have a big year at the plate. We already know about Carpenter, Green, and
you're
some
leaving
of the
out
others,
somebody.
But now you've got three guys who look like they're going to contribute. And Torkelson's at-bats are terrific, too.
That's the guy we're both going to ask you about. As fans want to know, should we believe in this? Is this happening?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Because the thing that, as he struggled, it was all about being athletic in the batter's box, right? And that's all he changed. He did not change his swing. But the Tigers always said he has elite vision, elite reaction time. You start with that. If you don't have that, it's hard to be a good hitter. So the whole idea was now you're in a better position to do damage. With that elite vision, elite reaction ability to do damage on the pitches you should do damage on, but also pitches that you didn't do anything with last year. And that's why I believe it's absolutely real.
And you brought up a name that a lot of people have jumped on early in the season, Cole Keith. And I know he didn't do himself any favors with his play at second base in that final game, but at the plate,
he stood up after the game and just said, "Hey,
he owned it."
He owned it.
Which you got to love. But at the plate, what makes you believe that he's in for a big year?
Because he's got that ability. When you see a lefty or righty for that matter, but a lefty who can just take that pitch, you're being pitched away, and he's going to just take his singles to left center, but he's going to drive some of those up the gap for doubles. That's a guy who can hit. I think he truly, I believe he can hit 300. There are a handful of those guys every year, right?
Yeah.
But I think he can hit 300. But also with that approach, then you do damage on the mistakes on the inner half of the plate, and he can hit with some power. Last year, I think he chased the power early, but this year, all spring long, it looked quiet a little bit in L.A., but we saw really good at-bats in Seattle. That approach works, and there's a reason they signed him to a 6-year deal before he had a major league at-bat. They understand just how talented he is at the plate, and he'll be good enough defensively because he works really hard at it, and he's a good athlete. But I think the bat could be special.
Talking to Dan Dickerson, voice of the Tigers. Defense. Riley Green playing some center field. We had AJ on earlier. He said we're not afraid to play him in center,
right?
But there's always a calculus that goes into it. What do you make of the trade-off playing him in center versus playing him in the corner?
Yeah, I just think it's all about health. I mean, he is such a dedicated outfielder because George Lombard makes you a dedicated outfielder, meaning you're backing up third base on throws from right field. You are constantly moving if you're doing your job. I remember after Pittsburgh, which has this huge left field, the Pittsburgh series last year is like, I'm exhausted because he was just constantly running to do his job, back up bases, cover the gap, whatever it might be. The more you can take him out of center field, obviously you cut the running down to the gaps by half. And the mileage matters. And keeping him healthy is priority number one. He has spent the last 2 winters building his body up. He has a rock-solid 220 now. But that's been it's not like work on your swing or do anything baseball-related. The biggest thing is get bigger, stronger, and be in a position where you can stay healthy for 162 games. And keeping him in left field where he was Gold Glove caliber and should have won a Gold Glove, that's a pretty good spot. He can play center field, but the less you play him there, basically, the better your chances are of keeping him healthy all year. Take the mileage off the legs.
The right side of the infield. You already mentioned Torque. And if he continues to hit the way he is, and Cole Keith has the season you think he's going to have, what happens when Gleyber Torres comes back?
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think they'll kind of rotate guys through, but you want Carpenter there probably when Vierling comes back and Meadows comes back. It's going to be pretty interesting. You can't put everybody at DH, but you got to try to find spots for everybody. But that's why the Tigers keep pushing guys to play positions they haven't played. Mm-hmm. Torkelson in the outfield was a non-obvious move, but
do you think we see that?
I do. They put Andy Ibanez out there a couple of years ago, never played it, and I love how they approach it. It's just like, we're going to believe you can play it until you show us you can't.
Yeah.
Versus he can't play there. They don't do that. And so because you're going to have to figure some things out when everybody gets healthy, they'll figure it out. But I think it'll be just kind of a rotation. That's why Colt Keith played second base during the spring. Only one start, but he continued to take reps there. So that maybe, I'm not sure that Torres would move to a different position. But if Keith can play 2 positions, Torkelson can play 2 positions.
You can get all the bats in the lineup.
Can play outfield, infield. It'll be mix and match, but believe me, they're already thinking about it.
Well, that's the thing.
Put it this way, if you hit,
you're going to be playing.
You're going to be playing.
They'll find a spot for you.
And it's a good problem to have if you say, boy, we got 10 guys and we only got 9 spots. You can play the matchups, which we know AJ's a master at.
That's the biggest thing that came out of pitching chaos at the end of last year, and now we're seeing it on the position player side. It's just AJ, told us in the offseason on Tiger Talk, it's like we understand and appreciate every player's strengths more than any place I've ever been, which means now we can put them in positions to succeed because we understand where they are the strongest. And that's why the mix and match now on the position player side comes right out of that pitching chaos plan where they really had to figure some things out and did quite well.
Kerry Carpenter, are we going to see him more against lefties? AJ gets asked about it a lot. That's part of that is he ideally plays well against righties, mashes righties.
Right.
With the injuries now, and they need bats in the lineup, and he's playing the corners. Where's Kerry's role, do you think, in all of this?
Oh, I think it's mostly against righties, and he'll get, he had a good at-bat against Tanner Scott. The occasional lefty, It has to be a good matchup for him.
Right.
Now, he hit lefties in the minor leagues, but lefties in the major leagues tend to be the very best.
Yeah,
you're ever going
they're
to
a different
see.
animal.
And he had a nice line drive to left field. But as long as you have a Justin Henry Malloy on the bench, Andy Ibanez on the bench, and it's a key spot in the 6th inning, and they bring in a lefty to face Carpenter, they know they don't want to face Ibanez, and that's why he remained a chess piece even as he cooled off last year the entire season, because managers are circling that guy. When they bring in a lefty to face Carpenter, they know they've got Ibanez, and that's a real calculation they have to make.
Do you remember in the playoff game and how the Guardians felt like they were jumping the gun? AJ was kind of in their head in that way, trying to be one step ahead, but now they're emptying out their bench before the 4th inning. It's fascinating to watch.
It is. It's unbelievable. I every time I think I've figured out how AJ puts together a lineup and all the thought behind it, no, there's another layer I have not considered, or 2 or 3.
We've seen Skubal develop, obviously Cy Young winner, and we've watched and hoped for more from Casey Mize. We're starting to see it now, but from your experience and watching a lot of guys come into this league, develop into aces, what's the path for Jackson Jobe? What should we expect from him this year?
It's a great question. I kind of go back to Verlander in 06 because in terms of comps, power arm, raw still a little bit. He hasn't pitched much above Double-A.
Right.
But he's a quick learner. He's gotten bigger, stronger since he was drafted, obviously, out of high school. But I think the biggest thing, he's such a quick learner. And he wants to apply what he took out of last start, whatever that start might be, spring training start or his first start against Seattle, and then apply it the next game. They say he's really good at doing that. So we scratched the surface in spring. And he said it. I'm not near midseason form. I go back to what Casey Mize told us in L.A. He's got the best stuff on the staff. I remember Bobby and I were standing there like, what? He's like, oh, yeah, ask Skubal. He'll tell you. Everybody will tell you. He's got the best stuff on the staff.
On a staff with a Cy Young winner. That's
you're getting
crazy.
a lot of listeners. They're really excited right now.
There's such a learning curve. There's going to be ups and downs, but you pair the best stuff with a desire to get better every single outing and the ability to take what you've learned and apply it in your next start. You're going to look forward to every one of his starts because on any given day it could be something really
How
special.
valuable then was that experience? Because we all thought, oh, you're bringing Jackson Jobe into a playoff game?
I know.
With this is his introduction to Major League Baseball. How valuable is that experience?
I thought, even he said, I mean, it was only a few innings, right?
Yeah.
4 in the regular season and a few in the postseason. But he said it was invaluable. All right. Now I know what this feels like in the most high-pressure situation. And he really handled it pretty well down in Houston. So I think those innings were big, and nothing faces this kid. And I love his demeanor, and I can't wait to see every start. But the Casey Mize start was, you touched on it, that was big.
Yeah.
I mean, he really made changes in his, developing 2 additional sliders. But watching Nate Eovaldi, and this is what I always love when players learn from either teammates or guys around the league. They're like, I watch Nate Eovaldi. The best splitters are thrown harder. So conscious effort, 3 miles an hour harder.
It's noticeable.
And it changes everything. He says, I don't care about the metrics. And this is a guy who cares about the metrics on every pitch. I don't care. I know that if I throw it harder, it's going to be a better pitch. And that first start, we saw it in spring, but that first start of the season against Seattle was a pretty good indication that this could be pretty special.
6 strikeouts, 4, I believe, with that split finger.
Yeah, I think that's right.
It's exciting stuff. Dan, we appreciate your time. We know it's a busy day.
Guys, it's
day.
awesome.
We love talking baseball.
Love being here with you guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah.
It's Dan Dickerson. It's 97.1. That's a pleasant surprise.
I know.
You never know who you're going to bump into.
Yeah, well, we got the voice of baseball season. Now we got the voice of football season. Are we ready to go?
What's going on, guys?
Dan Miller.
No introduction
Voice of the
needed.
morning's here.
That's right. You guys are here with Fox 2.
We're here. We're on the deck outside here at Hockeytown, overlooking Woodward and looking out towards the stadium. And it's look, this is always a cool day. I mean, this is 28 or 29. And it just hits different. Even if you talk to players on the team that have been at opening days in other stadiums or been at opening days as a member of another team, there's just something different about Detroit. It's not just being provincial. There's just something different about it.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter the sport. When an event like this, whether it's the draft, and opening day, we know that's going to happen every year. It is an absolute celebration, and it literally is a holiday here in Southeast Michigan.
And it's not just having a ticket. It's all the people that come down and don't have tickets.
Yeah.
And the people that have tickets that never go in the game because they're stuck in here and they don't want to leave.
Yeah.
But it's
They can't find a way to walk over there.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think the ratio of sick calls to previously taken vacation calls is on a game on a day like this?
No kidding.
Yeah, I asked that question. I'm like, is this a vacation day or is this you calling it sick? Yeah.
I mean, if you're calling in sick, they kind of know.
Yeah,
You
you're
know?
not giving it away.
anybody.
Yeah.
Drinker, baseball fan called in sick, guilty.
Beautiful day. Yeah, we know where you are. That's the thing. 50 degrees today, first pitch. It's supposed to be a beautiful day.
And we've been through some miserable ones here. I remember one year, it was early years at Comerica Park, we built a little teeny snowman along the third baseline. That Hammer and I, we were waiting out there for players to come out or something like that. And she may still have a picture of it somewhere, but there was a little, what didn't snow much, but enough that we could put together a little 8-inch snowman there. And that tells you what kind of day it was. We've had some miserable ones. This should be pretty good.
What's your favorite moment of opening day?
You know, for me, the game isn't necessarily something that comes to mind for me. It's just the electricity.
Yeah.
And I would say the same thing about some of these big Lions games that we've had, recently, the Rams game in the playoffs or the Sunday night opener against the Rams. It's the vibe you feel when you walk the street and you're going to the stadium, even 2 hours before the game, just the electricity. I mean, that's something when you feel that down here, it's palpable. And that's the first thing that always comes to mind for me when I think of opening day for the Tigers. It's the fans. And I tell people all the time, and it's the common theme, the best part about, the Lions turning things around is seeing the fans happy. The fans make everything work. The fans make everything worthwhile. They make our jobs worthwhile, and they make going to games worthwhile. And it's just, when they're doing it and they're happy and they're clicking, that's when things work.
And downtown is so great right now. It's so much different than it was 20 years ago. So and you mentioned it, now is a time where people will come down here. I don't have a ticket to the game, but it's an event, and I just want to be downtown.
And there's places to go.
Yeah.
And there's so many different places to go. And now, look, if we can get some playoff games, the Wings are looking tough right now, but the Pistons, I mean, let's go. This is an easy team to get behind. This is an exciting, fun team to watch. So I think if we can get a couple of dates with them down here, it's just rounding things out, and it's just so much fun.
Dan, we'll have to pick your brain on Lions on another time.
Let's do it. We got plenty of time to go.
say.
We still got the draft to go. So I get the feeling leaving the league meetings this week and listening to those guys, there's still some things coming. They're not done. I know everybody wants to 2 days after free agency. 2 days after free agency, people are like,
no.
How are they going to play with this roster?
Davenport starting? What are they going to do?
15-win roster is just not good
I
enough.
still think, and I got no inside intel, but just look, you can look at Brad Holmes and just kind of tell. There's some things coming, and it's going to be exciting.
Trey Hendrickson confirmed. We got it. All
there
right.
it is, done. Did I say that?
He's Dan Miller, voice of the Lions.
Hey, guys, enjoy.
Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, listen to this, guys. There's an Arkansas couple that were vacationing at a Scottsdale, Arizona Airbnb. And it was only after they say they enjoyed an intimate moment on their first evening in the home that they discovered a hidden camera above the bed.
Oh, above the bed?
Yeah, in a fake or
Skycam.
a smoke detector. But
Is it
something
hidden
looked...
behind the mirror?
No, but
On the ceiling?
wasn't that type of Airbnb.
What was the giveaway?
So they also say they found a memory card in this spy cam that contained videos of past renters dating back to 2020.
Holy.
Yeah, they also say they located devices that they believed could live stream what
What's going on?
transpired.
Yeah.
Yes, so obviously they have filed a lawsuit. last year, Airbnb did ban the use of indoor security cameras at all of its listings worldwide. I guess you can ban something and people can still do whatever they want.
Has that thought ever crossed your mind, staying in an Airbnb?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the cameras? I don't even know.
For intimate moments?
Yeah.
I've thought about cameras in Airbnbs before. Like, I wonder if somebody could see what I'm doing right now.
Well, because you have them for your house, so why wouldn't someone else have for their house?
If it was an Airbnb, well, clearly you're not allowed to, but I would never do that at a rental property. That's ridiculous. Anyway.
Did they rate themselves?
Oh, 10 out of 10 for sure. Yeah, 10 out of 10 without a doubt. Anyway, they're hoping to get a lot of money for this. Obviously, they want a court to decide, but they say they've suffered emotional distress, embarrassment, economic damages, and the list goes on and on. The dates for the Detroit Lions off-season program are set. So the team will convene April 22nd to begin the first two phases, which last a combined total of 5 weeks. They will hold organized team activities from May 28th through the 30th and also June 3rd through the 5th. There's more. A mandatory veteran minicamp will also take place June 10th through the 12th. And then the dates for the team's rookie minicamp have yet to be announced.
Cool. Yeah. Hey, we got the schedule.
Things are moving right along.
On the horizon.
Yeah. Have you heard about this? Easter potatoes could actually be a thing this year.
Easter potatoes.
Easter potatoes. Yeah. So the New York Times says that eggs are so expensive this year that people are planning to dye potatoes instead. So this is not a new thing, I guess. Back in 2023, Potatoes USA tried to make it a thing, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
Dye our potatoes, not the eggs. And then PETA, of course, had their opinions as well. And last year, they tried to get the White House to use potatoes in the Easter egg roll, but that didn't go over as well. So this year, there's apparently videos on how to dye potatoes, and they're trending online right now, so you can check it out. Some people say they're just going to skip dyeing altogether and use the plastic eggs for egg hunts, which is traditional, I guess, too.
I feel like that was common.
Yeah, you could use a potato for that egg toss.
But
Start
usually,
launching it.
dyeing of Easter eggs is a tradition, right? Like, I can't wait to do it with my kids. It's going to be messy.
It only cost you $3,000.
Exactly.
Great.
We have one of those little machines where it like rotates the egg and you can just color on it and it creates all. That's easier for them to do than like throwing it in the dye. But
you love potatoes.
I do love potatoes, but I don't think I'd want to eat a dyed potato.
No,
and
it
I just
seems
don't
like it
think
would permeate all of it.
Yeah, it would, right? Then the whole thing would be the color.
Yeah.
I don't like that. The term bore out is trending. So the term has a lot of the same symptoms as burnout, especially in jobs and things, but it's very different. So instead of feeling overwhelmed by work and you're feeling burnt out, you're actually underwhelmed and bored by it.
Then do more.
Well, that's what they want to do. They want to do more, but some say it happens when you're stuck in a role where there's no progression.
Yeah.
Like you're not working towards anything. You've reached the height of the position you're in, and you want to do more, but you're just bored by it. Some say that it happens when you've been in the same role for too long. You need something new.
Yeah. Spice up the life a little bit.
Yeah, that's what people want. Okay, so we've heard of the side effects, the negative side effects from some of these new weight loss drugs, Ozempic, Wegovy. There's like Ozempic face.
Yeah, Ozempic butt.
Ozempic butt, Ozempic boobs, I think was a thing.
Oh, really?
Too. Well, you're just losing weight so quickly that everything starts sagging a little bit. But there's another side effect that might come along with these as well. Now, those people taking it might experience hair loss. Which makes sense if you think about losing weight so quickly and maybe your body's not getting enough of the nutrients you need, the essential vitamins you need. They say it's not like a permanent thing, that once you kind of regulate where your body's going to be.
Nutrition intake.
Your hair will flourish. But for a while there, you might experience some thinning hair. Pros and cons, I guess.
Balding.
So you'd be fat and balding until you complete
is it
one,
only the hair on
or
your
the
head?
other.
Yes, I believe it's. I mean, it could affect all of your body hair, but
there's hair in many places.
Is there an area you're concerned about?
There is, but I think most people, and it actually says that women are more likely to have hair loss with twice the risk of men. So, and as a woman, you don't want to lose your hair.
No.
No, I can't imagine so, unless it's that
Well,
Peach Fuzz?
sure, John.
If you could target it like that, sure, John. Heather with the news. AJ Hinch joins us next. It's opening day. It's 97.1. Always good to talk to AJ, especially on opening day. Tigers back in action. I've got the lineup in front of me. John, yes, Riley Green is going to play center field. I thought, AJ getting out in front of that. We're not afraid to play him in center. Of course, a lot goes into it, but they're going to play him in center some. He's going to bat third and play center field today.
That's going to be awesome.
Justin Henry Malloy is going to lead off. He's your DH.
Uh-huh.
Kerry Carpenter in the lineup in the 2-hole.
Powerhouse to start off.
Yeah, Riley at the 3. Torkelson at first base.
Clean up.
Colt Keith. Dan Dickerson said big year coming for Colt Keith. Zach McKinstry, fire-up chips, is in right. You got Dingler, Sweeney, and Baez. Javi Baez in the opening day lineup.
It wouldn't be an opening day without Javi, would it?
It wouldn't be right.
Third base.
Yep.
It's all right. I don't mind seeing him at third base. It just, if you could have a pinch hitter for him every time.
He could be like a designated defender.
Yeah.
A DD. A lot of people could use a DD today.
Yes, I'm sure.
I bumped into Wojo, speaking of that. He looked to be sober.
For now, it's early.
I know.
Yeah.
He's doing, I think, Fox 2 hit later today.
Yeah, so as soon as that's done,
then he's going to cut loose.
Yeah. I would think. I don't know. Maybe maybe he'll be more professional than you and not drink in the press box.
I'll drink before going into the press box. Just got to keep it together.
Uh-huh.
Don't want to be a sloppy mess.
I didn't notice what he was wearing though. Was he
He was not wearing Tiger gear.
No Tigers gear.
He's a journalist.
Oh, yes.
He's a very fancy columnist and very serious.
Uh-huh.
Everybody knows Wojo. Very serious.
Yeah. So your prediction for today?
Win. 7-1.
Okay. Oh, 7-1.
Kerry
Wow.
Carpenter hits a home run. Torkelson hits a home run.
Wow.
I haven't put that in the parlay yet.
No.
But yeah, I think it's going to be a win today. I feel good about today. Weather's great. It's opening day. Easy opponent.
Well, it's an easy opponent, but it's also Jack Flaherty on the mound. I think that's huge. And the question is, how far will they let him go this early in the season? Does he get to 6 innings? Is he possibly into the 7th? I think he's going to have a day where hopefully the pinch count is down. We can get him a little further along and seal this thing up early. I would love to see, like you said, whether it's Carpenter or whether it's Torque, Dingler, somebody go yard. And what Dan Dickerson said about Colt Keith has me intrigued because he's seen every at-bat. He's seen every swing. He gets a chance to talk to the coaches. He's got some insight, and I really hope he's right that this is a breakout year. Now, I don't know about 300 because I was – a couple days ago, I looked back how many 300 hitters were in Major League Baseball last year.
Hardly any.
Yeah, it was like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
So if he could even be close to that, that'd be huge.
275 with some walks would be awesome.
Yeah. And he had 3 walks, last time they were out against Mariners.
Well, it's why, and you asked it to Dickerson, what happens when Torres is healthy if everybody's hitting?
Yeah.
You figure it out. And now AJ stressed to us. Kind of got a little defensive. I was like, whoa, I don't want to fight with you on opening day.
Wow, yeah.
Torres is going to play second base. He's not moving around.
I think it's just you.
I wasn't trying to pick a fight at all. I promise.
I really think it's just you.
I promise. There'll be a moment or two this season where I'll take umbrage with something. You got to turn the mic on.
Yeah. Come on, rookie.
Yeah, AJ doesn't like me very much.
He doesn't like you.
I'm like, I'm
No,
all right.
It was a decent follow-up question, right? I mean, it's something to think about. If they all start hitting 400, they're going to have to find a way to get everybody in a lineup.
Yeah.
But it's obviously, the truth is you need extra players everywhere throughout the course of a season.
It's not the only slew of injuries they're going to have.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even worry about what 5 starting pitchers they bring north. You're going to need 7 or 8 guys to start games this year. You're going to need 2 guys at every position. And so, it's just seasons take their toll, and you field the best 9 you have on that day to win that game.
And from that thought process, we've seen them ask everybody else to pick up a little extra slack, right? Can Riley play a little center? Can Torque play a little outfield? Can Gleyber play anywhere with second? Don't ask.
Don't ask. I'll just say this. There's nothing cooler than Jansen's jersey.
Yes.
His personalized Detroit Tiger jersey, name and number on it. I know you love it. You love it.
Oh, I do.
People don't. I mean, people probably know by now. You were a baseball prospect. Pro teams were scouting you.
Oh yeah.
They determined you weren't good enough, so you played football.
He likes to leave that part out.
Yes. No, they said, well, if we want to pursue you, we want you to give up football. I'm out.
Do people realize what they were asking of you?
Yeah,
That's so funny.
We didn't realize we were talking to a true meathead.
But I love the idea. Like, the underrated part of John was scouted by pro teams, played pickup games at St. Cecilia.
Oh yeah.
Basketball.
Yeah.
and he was okay at football too. But
what position did you play?
I want to
in
make sure
baseball?
my kids are listening right now.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
drove past St. Cecilia, watched baseball, and talk about football. So we have a lot in common,
We
John.
do.
We really
we
do.
are always finding more common ground.
Yeah, we really
We
are.
aren't going to
So
go to the same
we're
restaurants.
Almost. Well, we could.
We could, yes.
We
and
just-
we have.
We will just order
Yeah.
different things.
And then I spend the entire meal just disgusted.
Yeah, I know.
I'm looking at your hat. I think that's the coolest Tigers gear in the studio.
So
right now.
there's much debate about this hat. I absolutely love this Tiger hat.
Does Gator hate it?
I don't think Gator likes it.
It's powder blue.
It's
It's got
the
the,
baby
old
blue.
school.
Yeah, we're gonna try and set up the video feed. I know there's been some issues, but
The
we'll let you know
sun
if it's
can
up.
play some tricks
Yes,
on you.
yes,
here.
but we'll give it a shot because the sun, its positioning in the sky changes.
It does.
So we're
and
hoping
I think now
Whoa,
that it is,
really?
it is moving.
Thank you for telling me. I was really
Yeah.
wondering why things.
Yeah.
Wow,
but
that makes
but
sense.
it's going to be a quick one for you guys, so sun may not matter.
That's true. That is true.
What are you going to talk about today?
Baseball. 'Cause
Smile on
it's
his face when he
here.
says it.
We're actually going to do it's fun to do this. We did it last year. I couldn't believe how many calls we got, but we'll do it again this year, and that is the 6 games in season prediction. It's like we got a little taste, but we made people get to make their season predictions today, even though we've got some games in the books. But
Yeah, and last year it was interesting because it was 5-1.
they were 5-1 when they came home.
Was that your favorite 5-1 team?
No.
No.
But this is my favorite 2-4 team of all time. I mean that sincerely. I really like this group, but
Yeah, could be fun.
I think there's chances.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys inside.
Yeah,
You're
I'll
going
see you
in
in
there.
there.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll see you, John. I understand Costa's going to be at the bar.
Yeah, Costa will be at the bar with his credentials,
His
backstage
credential,
pass.
yeah, getting smashed.
Yeah. Do you know who I am?
On brand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very much.
heavy
yeah.
drinking day for Jim.
Cat in the
Fist
bag.
fight AJ Hinch after the game.
Yeah.
All right. Carson Anderson next,
His
97.1.
We good? All right.
No.
We're not good?
No.
You got nothing?
Oh, good God.
Sorry, quick changeover, and I think we're on the air. I'm not sure we're on the air. We on the air, Kang? We're good, right? We can't hear much. All right, good. We are downtown Detroit at Hockey Town for opening day here. Tigers start the season, and we are excited about that as the Chicago White Sox are in town. Last year, indeed, they came home at 5-1. This year, they're 2-4. But I still like this 2-4 group. We'll get into the reasons why. I don't like the record. Don't get me wrong, but I think there are some things about about this team to like and why this season can be a good one. We're still working on getting set up here, so please bear with us as we are the changeover from the morning show. Scott Anderson, are you ready?
I am.
Okay, good.
I think so.
All right, good. What's up, man?
Hey. Just a little frazzled. That's
Yeah. So what's going on? Things good? You ready to go? You excited? There's a buzz in the air. People jam-packed downtown. Got out of the car, made the walk here. I wanted to stop at every single tailgate along the way.
Did you?
And smash a beer. No, only 3. I only stopped at 3 tailgates along the way.
That explains the buzz.
Yeah. So everybody be safe out there today, and we'll help you be safe. We'll get to that a little bit later on. But man, parking lots filling up. Fans are excited. You know, people talk about how it is a party in Detroit. I have never been to an opening day anywhere else. The only thing I've heard about in terms of other cities that really get into opening day, the only other city I've heard about is Cincinnati. And I imagine everybody thinks opening day is special, but I feel like Detroit and Cincinnati are the ones that have a great reputation.
Yeah, I think it is Detroit and Cincinnati, and I think St. Louis, they lean into it a bit too. They have great fans there, but I don't care about them, not even a lick. It's about the people here that love this sport, love this day. It is a holiday. I mean, I first really experienced, I think my first opening day experience was 2006.
Yeah. I
mean, it's not like I used to come down here all the time for opening day. I came down all the time to go to baseball games, but not opening day. But when I experienced it as a fan, I guess it was, I mean, I was doing the morning show in 2006, and as soon as we were done with the morning show, which we did from downstairs here at Hockeytown, I hightailed it over to Nemo's, meet up with a bunch of friends, and that's when I realized what a party atmosphere it is.
Yeah.
For opening day, and it's been that way ever since. I love it. It's like no other. There's just that festive atmosphere. Everybody loves it. You had shuttle buses going from the bars to the stadium and everything. It's so cool, and it's our own, and we love it. And it doesn't matter if the team was. Look, the Tigers could be 0-6, and we're still going to be fired up about opening day. It's a beautiful day out. We're going to have a massive crowd downtown. Every little nook and cranny of downtown Detroit is going to be filled in by fans. I mean, there's bars and restaurants and parking lots everywhere where people are just jovial, Doug. Very jovial.
So this is the day, and you tell me if this is true for you, where people text me, hey, are you going to be downtown? Are you going to be downtown? My friends and stuff. And I go, yeah, I'm going to be downtown. I'm working until this time, et cetera, et cetera. And then I will ask them, just out of curiosity, hey, are you going to the game? And right now, about 75% of the people that I know that are coming down here do not have tickets and do not have any intention of going to the game.
Right.
So, look, the baseball is part of it, obviously. It's a big part of it. But, man, our city has leaned into the party. And it's just, it's just great. It's just a great atmosphere and a great time and a great thing to be a part of. And I bet there's a lot of you listening right now driving down here going, yeah, I don't have tickets to the game.
Right. I mean, there was a line around the corner of people waiting to get in here today. Yep. So that's a good sign. And just, walking from the parking lot to Hockeytown. We're upstairs at Hockeytown, Music Town Cafe, and it's awesome. It's just everything you expect it to be. And it reminds you of what it was when the draft was here.
Yeah,
or the draft reminded you what opening day was like,
Yeah. We got to find more reasons to throw big parties in downtown Detroit.
Yeah.
Because we do seem to know how to do it well. All right, so here's the deal. It's opening day. Obviously, we'll have the game here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers taking on the White Sox. And Jack Flaherty will be the guy for the Tigers. And Scott Anderson, he is a returner from a year ago where he got traded away, came back. And because of that, I have a special place in my heart for a guy that leaves and then chooses to come back. Getting traded, I think, as a player, you understand the business part of it. But it's always got to be a weird feeling, like they don't want me. But if you're a veteran and you've been around, you know how this works. Chance to go win a World Series. He's from California. But, he's more than a guy that just looks like the Sitch from Jersey Shore. He's a good pitcher.
He's a very good pitcher. And he rediscovered himself last year with help from the tutelage and guidance of the Tigers organization, the coaching staff. They did a wonderful job with him. He bought into what they were selling, and he's got the talent to make it happen. And he had a hell of a season, good enough to get a pretty good return for the Tigers when they traded him. Dodgers won the World Series with him. They probably, I don't know if they win it without him. So he got the ring last week. You're very happy to see that. And yeah, that's a guy that you thought as a Tiger fan, oh, it's too bad they had to let him go because he was pitching so well. But what if he were to come back?
Yeah.
Is it possible to get him, as a free agent? Would that happen? And then when the Dodgers made it clear that they weren't going to pursue him in free agency, the Tigers became the number one option for Jack Flaherty. I think his number one destination. I'm sure there were other teams who were very interested in having Jack Flaherty on their team, but he wanted to come here. It was great.
248-539-9797. So what's interesting about this team is the way that I sense, Gator, we talk to fans all the time. We see the volume of ticket texts that come in. We can gauge people's interest in what we are talking about, their enthusiasm, the hype, based upon the feedback we get from the people, right? And it's one of the reasons why we talk Lions so much is because people are just still fired up to have a quality NFL product in our town, which is awesome. But with this Tiger team, the hype, the excitement, this is a playoff team from a year ago. A team that went on one of the more improbable runs we have seen. And I would describe the city of Detroit as looking at this Tiger team with some hope. But I feel the tenor of the hope, I would describe it as somewhere between tepid and lukewarm. It's warm, but I don't see, there was no huge splashes in the offseason, the kind that generate mass hysteria. There's no Aaron Judge, right? There's no Shohei Ohtani. Those kinds of acquisitions.
No Alex Bregman.
Those kinds of acquisitions, the big time, massive acquisitions generate excitement and mass hysteria. And having a team filled with not Judge and Ohtani, but instead of, righty-lefty matchup advantages, don't create the excitement. But that's what this team has, and that's what they have, a manager that uses the entire roster to his advantage that helped get them into the playoffs. Doesn't create hysteria, but it's still something to be excited about because, an example of how it can work was a year ago.
Well, I think what you see there's in baseball right now, because there is no salary cap, what you have are you've got obviously the haves and the have-nots. But there's really three tiers of baseball teams. So the teams that will never spend money and that are never going to be competitive. The outlier in that group seems to be always Tampa Bay. You never know when they're going to flare up because they have such a great system, but they never hang on to their players because they don't. They can't afford to, or at least that's what they say, and they don't pay them and they go elsewhere. They're the best farm team in baseball. And then you've got a pack of teams, there's like 10 of them in the middle, that spend money, but they're not going to spend crazy money. And the Tigers are part of that group. If you can manage and beat one of those teams, but be the best of those teams, and AJ Hinch found a way last year by hook or by crook to get things done. You talk about the righty-lefty matchups with the offensive attack, that's in quotation marks because it clearly wasn't an offensive attack, but they did enough. It was the pitching staff and the way that they managed the pitching is what got them to where they're at. And if you've got enough arms, you're going to have an opportunity to win some games and steal some games. And the Tigers did it more often than not last year, and that's why they won 86. That's why they got to the playoffs. That's why they surprised and stunned the Astros in the first round of the playoffs. That's why they damn near beat the Guardians to get to the ALCS. They didn't, but it's also interesting because I feel like, they didn't get that big acquisition in the offseason to really have you all in a fever pitch. But I don't think it doesn't feel like there's lofty expectations of this team either. And yet I think there maybe should be.
All right, so we'll get into the Tigers throughout the day. We got some Lions stuff to get into. We will kind of set the scene from down here in downtown Detroit. Right over there, just over Gator's shoulder, is Comerica Park, where the Tigers open the home portion of the schedule against the Chicago White Sox today. We'll get your predictions in the 11 o'clock hour. 248-539-9797, as always, the number. And it does appear we do have the video feed up. So for people who like to watch on Twitch and YouTube, we got it running. Go to twitch.tv, youtube.com, and you can watch the program and judge us, what we look like. Do you like the hat? You don't like this hat, do you?
I don't mind the hat. I hate the brim.
Well, you know the brim's part of the hat.
Well, I hate that it's not bent. That's what I hate about it.
Well, you can check it out. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. See for yourself. Going to bring in Kang, our producer, here shortly as we are live in downtown Detroit at Hockey Town. Party day in Detroit. Come be a part of it. Hey, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is the best place to bet on sports. There's absolutely a loaded sports calendar this weekend, whether it's baseball today, tomorrow Sunday, basketball tomorrow from San Antonio, hockey back in action this weekend, or any other sport, whatever your favorite is. You know what? There's exclusive promotions like the golf profit boost tokens over the weekend. The thing I like about the profit boost tokens is you can get a better return by betting on the favorite. Sometimes you look at the favorite and you go, I don't know if I want to risk that money because there's not much of a return. Well, the profit boost token, you can bet on a favorite sometimes and get good return. Anyway, check it out for yourself. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's opening day, and we are in downtown Detroit, right across the street from Comerica Park. Buzz in the air, people filling up the streets. Scott Anderson, things have changed. Things have changed in the last decade, the last couple of decades. When we were young, you might find people tailgating, sitting around with a big submarine sandwich, listening to the radio as they got ready for opening day. They would have their beer, their Strohs, their sub sandwich, and the pregame show on the radio. Then years later, along came, people started bringing grills for tailgating.
Sure.
And they'd get a satellite dish.
Yeah.
You know? And then maybe they'd bring a keg. And now, Scott the Gator Anderson, people don't bring satellite dishes.
No, they don't.
They stream.
That they do.
They stream. The beer has been replaced by canned cocktails, seltzers, Bloody Marys. I mean, not all the beers,
there's
replaced,
still
but
beer,
now
yeah.
there's other options.
Yeah, now instead of a 6-pack or 12-pack case, now you get 15-pack to 30-pack.
And there are other options for people.
The snobby 4-pack.
That's right. It's pretty funny that you think the 4-pack is offensive.
It is offensive. It's so pretentious. Our beer's just too good to make it into 6-packers. It has to be a 4-pack. Just stop it.
Who's the first that's going to come out with a 2-pack?
Oh,
you can only get 2. Our beer is so elite.
I'm like, am I paying $10 for a 4-pack?
No, you're paying $10 for a 2-pack.
Yeah, soon.
So people stream. They have much more canned cocktail options.
Yes, they do.
And is the grill being replaced by the Blackstone? I've seen a lot. I saw some
in a lot of
Blackstones
ways
down here.
I think in a lot of ways it is. I think, when it comes to cooking for a tailgate, yeah, you see all kinds. I mean, I remember a buddy of mine brought out something that was a Blackstone before it was a Blackstone. We had something very similar to it at a tailgate Michigan State game like 15 years ago. It's very similar to it. But now the Blackstone's the thing, man. And
Yep.
they did an amazing job marketing it. So did Kang.
I blame. I mean,
I did the amazing job, Gator.
I'm honestly, I'd never heard of this thing. You brought it up, and I'm like, I don't know that I get it. What's the difference between that and a grill?
Yeah, but Kang, you got it because you saw the infomercial, right?
No, dude.
You
So
just-
this
what,
is exactly
you're just
how
in
this
the
happened.
store?
Yes, my grill had broke. Okay, like it was just done. Right, too many usage, outdoors, all that stuff, and I needed a new one. I had always wanted a flat top griddle. I always had. I went to the store and I saw one. There was like
So
literally-
hold on, let me stop you right there. Where did you? Because when you brought it up, I'd never heard of the concept, and you said you always wanted one. Where is
What,
this
like a
cooking
Japanese
show?
steakhouse, like a teppanyaki type
exactly.
thing, or whatever?
Yeah, hibachi. Everyone's. You've done that before, right, Doug? You've seen that?
Yes,
Okay.
I've been to a Japanese.
So I knew
steakhouse.
they had these, available. Like I've seen them like before. They're not plentiful, of course, at the time. But I went and I saw it. I'm like, oh my God, there it is. There's the one. I asked my wife. I said, hey, I'm thinking about buying the flat top griddle instead of a traditional grill. And she's like, well, you're the one cooking on it, do whatever you want. I brought this up to you in the office, Doug, and you thought I was crazy. You're like, why would you buy that? Like who?
I was on board with it, buddy.
Thank you. And then, obviously I did. We talked about it in the air, and this thing has exploded.
It has exploded
ever since.
It has exploded. And I was you were an early adapter. I was a late adapter. Because when I got one, I'm like, this thing's great. You can do so many different things with it. So anyway, those things now you see them down here. People bring them down here.
Well, they got all different sizes now. I mean, Kang's got the Mac Daddy one, and they have some that are just, like 20 inches wide or whatever, which is perfect for tailgating.
Yeah.
These things they're great. They're portable. They're easy to use, and yeah.
So I guess at 248-539-9797, some things down here stay the same. Some things change. If you are a opening day veteran, there's a chance you're probably already down here and set up. But if you are not down here yet, and I guess if you are down here, let us know how things have changed over the years for you tailgating at opening day in Detroit. And the other thing I'd like to know is if anybody has ever been to an opening day in any other major league city, and how is it different than Detroit? We talk about how Detroit is special. I think Detroit has a reputation, as I mentioned earlier, along with Cincinnati, of really leaning into opening day and knowing how to do opening day. But if you've ever been to an opening day in another city, now we had that opportunity, and the baseball tradition does run deep in Miami.
Yeah.
But we were in Miami last week during opening day. So my wife and I And we've talked about how we chaperone the 4 teenage boys. And I said, guys, it's opening day. Tickets are expensive. They're $12. Would you like to go to the Marlins opening day game? And I think they were playing Pittsburgh. And they did not. So we didn't go. But I was excited for the experience just to see what it's like. Kind of wanted to see the ballpark.
They let you down.
Yeah, and I suppose the wife and I could have gone. But then there was the laying next to the pool, which won out. So,
which is not like you.
No, it's not. You know what's funny? Because the whole thing is not. Like that whole vacation.
I know.
I realized.
This is not a Doug vacation.
What does Doug like to do on vacation?
Everything.
Yes. I like to be outside, hiking, national parks.
Just not miss a minute.
Yeah, so you know what I did? I laid next to the pool, and I read about hiking. I had Outside Magazine. I read about national parks.
That's the most pathetic.
I read about mountain biking. I read about tortoise hunters in the desert. Like all the things.
Why are people hunting tortoises in the desert?
Well, they just map them to see how the population is. But the interesting part about the story is
tortoises are in the desert?
Yes, all over the place. And they try and map it to see if the population is growing or. But the part that made the story interesting is they find many dead bodies. They find human remains almost as much as they find tortoises. And they were able to track something. It was a long story.
I take it back. You spent your vacation wisely.
So, no, I did not get to do what I like to do, but I read about what I like to do, which is trudge through the desert looking for tortoises. Anyway, have you ever been to another opening day in any other town? What was it like, and how has your opening day traditions changed and evolved over the years as things evolve? Because I would say it's gotten the conveniences of home seeping into tailgates is freaking awesome, and I could see it out there. I mean, people bring furniture.
Yeah, the closest I can come to that was when I was in college, I drove down to Oxford, Ohio. A buddy of mine was a student at Miami of Ohio, and this was in early April, but it wasn't quite opening day, but the fraternity that he was in was going to have a party on that Saturday night as if it were opening day for the Reds.
God, college kids.
So they had this awesome setup there at the frat house, and my buddy was like the social chairman or whatever. So he's in charge of getting the food and everything else ready. So I was checking everything out. We went down to the kitchen, and they had this cauldron. I mean, a cauldron of boiling water for the hot dogs.
Wow.
And I was happy.
I bet you were.
Like, look at this.
Let's go to Patrick. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Patrick.
How you doing?
What's up?
A few years back, I was at an opening day game, and we met a guy from Texas, and he was doing a bucket list of all opening day games of all the parks. And he's already did the ones down in Texas. He did New York, Boston, Baltimore, I think, and Chicago. And he said Detroit's got it hands down. He goes, you guys are nuts.
Really?
He said, he said he knew somebody up here. He goes, what time should I get down there? He goes, about 7. He goes, the game doesn't start till 1. He goes, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
and we go hard.
7. Yeah. He said Detroit's got it hands down.
That's like a football tailgate, man.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
I mean, noon kickoffs. You're firing everything up by 8 o'clock in the morning.
248-539-9797. Has anybody been to an opening day anywhere else to be able to compare it to Detroit? How has your tailgate evolved? We'll get to some Lions stuff coming up. We've got this game to talk about and the season to preview, all leading up to a 1:10 first pitch Tigers-White Sox on opening day here in downtown Detroit. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green indeed comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of something called the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. And here's the best part, it's more affordable than you think. They'll even match any competitor's price, plus True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Are you not happy? They'll come back between visits and make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. Opening day, downtown Detroit, Comerica Park, right over our shoulders. If you want to see and be a part of it, if you're listening and you have access, go to twitch.tv or youtube.com. That includes the video stream. So if you can't be down here but want to feel like you're part of the opening day excitement, certainly log on to the streams and you can watch our show. And I don't know if the video stream you can actually see Comerica Park in the background. I guess you can't. But you can at least be a little bit more a part of the opening day excitement from here in downtown Detroit. And there indeed is excitement. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Johnny. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Johnny. Let's go to Drew. My bad. Drew, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Indeed.
St. Louis, Missouri. Now, St. Louis is a hell of a baseball town, especially when the Cardinals are rolling. That has an incredible opening day. More of the bar scenes, though. They have the really large bars in St. Louis, huge drinking town, less of the tailgating scene.
So, you've been there for an opening day?
Yeah, my company, their headquarters is out of St. Louis, so I've been down there a couple times.
So, I was at St. Louis actually last year for a regular season game, and it's interesting you say not the tailgating scene. The bar scene, like some of there's like a little mall filled with bars across the street from the outfield. But it seemed like there were like highways around that wouldn't make it for a great place to park your car and tailgate. Not like all the little enclaves and parking lots we have here in Detroit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's like Budweiser Town or whatever, but they have a bar called the Wheelhouse, and it's like Mark McGuire's bar. That place before a game is jumping. There must be like a couple thousand people in there. It's huge.
Wow.
So are you a Detroit native, St. Louis native? You visited St. Louis? What's your background?
I'm from Toledo, but big Detroit sports fan. I work up in Royal Oak.
Okay. And would you say Detroit's opening day is better than St. Louis, or did they do it right?
Detroit's still number one in my mind. There you go. But St. Louis, I just think it's a better baseball town, so I give them the upper hand there.
Baseball in St. Louis runs deep, and it's a pretty bad football town.
Well, when you lose a team
twice, but
that's going to let you say that that's a bad football town.
248-539-9797. Joe is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
up? All right, Joe.
Good. Yeah, in 2016, I was doing a consulting job in Miami, and I went to opening day there, and they had the Tigers, and JV was on the hill, and I would say that place was about 60% full. So, I got this dirt cheap ticket and managed to sit basically wherever I wanted. And the best part of the story was the following week I had to be in Tampa, and I got a phone call from my mother-in-law when I was working, and she says, hey, the Red Wings just drew the Lightning in the first round. It's in Tampa. So I stopped what I was doing, went back to my hotel room, got online, and got a ticket for that for about $50.
Wow.
So that 2 weeks worked out very well.
So, it's just funny you say that, like the Miami thing, because I was like, well, it's opening day. There's no way I can get tickets. Went on SeatGeek, and I'm like, oh, my God. They were 12. Yeah. The buy-in price was $12 on opening day in Miami. Yeah, and I'm thinking they built that big new palace with all the modern art and it looks like a museum as much as anything, and still $12. Little buzz.
I know. It's just one of those things. It's just not a sport that really took off there.
No. Hey, thanks for sharing, Joe. 248-539-9797.
I did go to a hockey game at Tampa.
Did you?
In March of 2006. We were at a hockey game there, and what was crazy about it is that because you forget, what must hockey be like when it's warm out? Right. So we haven't seen hockey when it's warm out in a long time here in Detroit. But there, it was amazing. Like you go outside, they had all these like pop-up bars outside the stadium, just catering to everybody. Hey, yeah, grab a beer over here, and they would allow you, because once you got into a certain area, it's kind of like the draft here.
Yeah.
Once you got past the barricades, anything inside, you could do whatever. You could walk around with a beer. You could take that beer with you into the stadium. It was really a cool atmosphere down, and I was keep waiting for playoffs here.
over there at Hockey
Over
Village.
there, right across the street there, so we can enjoy that outdoor atmosphere. We will this year, which is going to be fun. It'll be for the Pistons.
Yes.
And maybe a slight chance for the Red Wings. But
it'll start to perhaps in some way resemble about 20% of what the artist renderings look like.
Exactly.
But it's 20% more than we've had. There might be a Piston playoff game. Well, there will be a Piston playoff game played there where they might have a shot. It'll be the first ever playoff games. The Pistons didn't play playoff games here, did they? Those were the last time they were.
Against
I think
Milwaukee,
they did. That was
here.
The Red Wings have never played a playoff game here. Anyway, maybe they have.
I think it was here.
Yeah. They've never won a play. Whatever. I should stop.
They have not won.
Okay, so but the idea that there could be an interesting series, the place packed, music in the beer garden outside, which is what the artist renderings look like.
Yes.
They look like a lot more than that. But anyway, yes, it might start to resemble what it was supposed to be like, or what it felt like it was supposed to be like. JP is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, JP.
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
Just calling because I go to the White Sox home opener every single year. It's not as bad as you think. It's more of like a football tailgate because everyone is tailgating the lots. There's no bars or anything, but lots open up 5 hours before the game, and it's pretty fun.
I mean, they're better fans than they are on the north side, so it makes sense.
That's
Partier.
true. Yeah, that's true. Cheap tickets, the vibes are high, but still a Tigers fan, but we go to a bunch of Sox games, so.
And do you, comparatively speaking, you say it's different, but not better than Detroit?
No, not even close. I'm more of a bar scene tailgater, but the actual football-ish tailgate, it's fun. It's fun.
Gotcha. Thanks for sharing, JP, 248-539-9797.
Yeah, I imagine it's just what he says. I mean, large part is because that stadium, there's nothing special about that stadium for the White Sox.
In the history of stadium building and design, I think that was the last stadium that was built before they figured out that they can make stadiums cool and old-timey. And this one, when you're walking in the concourse in Chicago, it feels like this could be a mall, which everybody loves walking through a mall. Then they built Camden Yards, where it was a throwback, awesome, sight lines and cool areas of the park. And everybody was like, this is the template. This is how we do it now in all the new stadiums.
And then Texas built the ballpark in Arlington and promptly tore it down a couple years ago.
Yeah, but
built another one.
The White Sox Stadium was, they say some buildings are way ahead of their time. They're way ahead. It was way behind the time.
Yeah, there you go.
They blew it. 248-539-9797. Do we got Matt? Is it Matt next on 97.1 The Ticket? Hello, Matt.
Hey, boys. Happy opening day.
Happy
Same to you.
I went to Tampa a few years ago for the Tigers Rays opening day. It was just awful. There was one bar in the entire city. Like, I stayed about a mile away, and I walked. We went to a bar. There was nobody there. And then there was one establishment that was, like, doing anything for the game. They even ran out of hot dogs at, the booth that we were at. And nobody understood. They had just implemented this whole, you order at the kiosk and then random people in the back just taking just random stuff off the counters, and it was just dead. The whole city, it was like some random Thursday in Tampa, and it was just
and the problem
it just made you really appreciate
because they're in St. Pete. It's not even Tampa, and that's one of the big issues they have with that franchise is that everybody knows the team should be in Tampa Bay where he actually would get people to show up, but instead it's in St. Pete, and it's just Sleepyville.
Yeah, and it's just there's a freeway there. They seem like they're rebuilding St. Pete, and it looks it's pretty hip, but it was just an absolute death. It was just and the roof of the stadium, it made me feel like I was inside of a pillowcase. It's just an awful stadium to watch baseball in. It's just, yeah. So, all right, boys, enjoy your ham.
Yes, you too. 248-539-9797. Let's go to TJ next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, TJ.
How's it going, fellas? Happy opening day.
Happy opening day.
Same to you.
Yeah, I'm just chiming in about other parks. I had the pleasure of going to Coors Field in 2021, just after the COVID season. I got to experience their opening day. I was out there for a work trip, and I mean it's definitely a close quarters ballpark to bars and just attractions around it. But it doesn't compare to Comerica. I mean, the views of the ballpark itself might be a little bit nicer, but outside of the stadium, I just feel like what we get with Comerica Park and just having everything like Woodward Avenue nearby, Coors Field kind of has that appeal, but it's not as, there's not as many fans. It's not as engaged with the public. And I think that's something we do great here in Detroit and carry that tradition that I just don't see in other cities like that.
It's great when you take a look at downtown Detroit, and I remember like when the Lions left the Silverdome and everybody thought, oh, parking's going to be a nightmare, and it really isn't. You just have to find your lot, whatever when you get in your routine, you find your lot, and there's all these different little pockets of small tailgating communities surrounding the stadiums, from Eastern Market, through to the Woodward spine, up and down Woodward, where people park and can create their own little atmosphere. Some of these other stadiums, like the guy who called about St. Louis, and if I recall correctly, isn't Coors Field surrounded on 2/3 by highways? Am I wrong on that?
No, it is. There's a freeway running on the back side where the outfield is at, and then right in front of the stadium, there's a freeway running along it also. So the parking is pretty bad, and they don't have anything like we have with MGM or any lots where people can squeeze in and get a free spot. They don't have anything like that. So it's very claustrophobic.
We have freeways here, but they're right around our stadiums. But I feel like they're really easy to get across. Like in St. Louis, it was like double decker, different, and I'm like, man, this is weird. But anyway, yeah, it's a great spot to have a great party in downtown Detroit, and we're taking people comparing their opening day experiences in other towns. Thank you, TJ. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. It's opening day. Tigers taking on the White Sox, 1:10 first pitch, and of course you'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. We'll get into the team and the season in the 11 o'clock hour, as we are going to take your season predictions coming up that hour. And I know the season's already started, but what the hell, we're going to do it anyway. Hey, what a weekend Twin Peaks has in store for you. It starts today with the baseball home opener and goes strong all the way through Sunday. Stop in before or after the game today and enjoy that 29-degree draft beer that you crave, along with the best wings in the state. Follow it up with Detroit hockey and basketball action as they make their cases for the playoffs. Who needs a sports book when you have Twin Peaks? It's got all the apps on your phone. Why would you go anywhere else? Twin Peaks combines 50-plus TVs, so you never miss any of the action, as they can show up to 10 games all at once. So imagine that, sitting in the comfortable high-top table with the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, serving up that bone-chilling cold draft beer. High-end margaritas, plus old fashions, the scratch food that you crave, the ultimate man cave experience. And it hits even harder Saturday night, UFC fight action, and some DAZN boxing. Do yourself a favor. Come see why Twin Peaks is the #1 sports bar in the country. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. It's opening day, Comerica Park. Let's go to Zach. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Zach.
Hey, guys. Happy opening day.
Happy opening day.
And you.
So I grew up a couple hours north of Toronto, and we would go to the opening day every now and then, and it's awful compared to Detroit. I mean, you can't even have a beer walking down the street. You can't even go tailgate, or the OPP's kind of, up your, But Detroit does it different than a lot of places. I played college ball with guys all over, and we would always talk about opening day, and Missouri or St. Louis, not very good. Chicago's all right, but Texas, I think, is all right. But Detroit is the best.
Love to hear it. Where'd you play college ball?
I played over at Davenport University in Grand Rapids.
I know way more about Davenport University baseball than I should. They've got a loaded roster this year.
No way.
They're really good.
Yeah, they
cool.
are good.
Well, look, thanks for sharing. And, yeah, I've been to Toronto for opening day, but we were doing the show from the press box, and I didn't get a sense for what was going on outside at all. No. That was when the Tigers signed, like, Rondell White and Fernando Vina. Remember that team?
Like 05 season, 04 season.
Pudge. And they look completely different. But anyway, hey, we're proud at this time to be joined by, I will call them friends of the show. They're co-owners of Wallside Window, an 81-year-old family business. And I feel like we've been talking to these guys since they were like merely 71-year-old family.
We were young kids, right?
That's right. It's Adam and Stanford Blank, who are here for a special reason. First of all, welcome back.
Thank you. It was the best day of the year.
Yeah, well, so Stanford, you need to slide closer to the mic. You were in Florida.
I was in Florida. I even went to spring training 2 weeks ago today.
Did you? And you flew back for this?
I flew back to come for this.
Okay, you call this your favorite day of the year?
Right.
Why is that?
Why is that? To see all the activity down here, to see the excitement, and with all the buzz with the Lions, the Pistons now a little bit, hopefully the Red Wings and the Tigers. This is great. This is great.
Is there one opening day that stands out to you, either when you were a kid or as a growing adult?
They all kind of blend together.
I remember we went to the last opening day at Tiger Stadium together. The first one at Comerica Park, so those were probably the fun ones.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, the first one here was brutal weather.
Yeah, it was cold.
It was cold. It was rainy. It was like sleet. I remember there were players from Seattle that I remember them watching in the dugout like an hour or two before the game. You're going to come out. There was no batting practice to be had on the field because it was like a wet sneeze the whole time. And one guy comes out, takes a look out, and you can see him swear, shake his head, and go, and goes right back into the dugout. That's not happening.
That might be my favorite opening day of all time because there were issues that day, which led to a beer stand being unmanned. Spent about three innings hanging out by that beer stand. Just saying. I think the statute of limitations is expired.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, so hopefully I can admit that. But the reason we're having you guys on is, once again, you are doing a great service to the people, for the people of Metro Detroit, and that is you are helping provide safe rides home. Tell the people how to take advantage of what you guys are sponsoring.
Yeah, you
today.
got it. We're working with Lyft to offer half rides home from the ballpark today. So go more information at wallside.com, but you put in the Lyft app, Wallside 2025 is the code. So if there's a beer tent unmanned today and you get back there for a few hours, put the keys away, be smart, get a Lyft ride home, and then we're taking half off courtesy of Wallside Windows.
And you do that before you put the code in, Wallside 2025, before you request the ride on the Lyft app. And it's wallsidewindows.com/opening day for more information. When did this idea come up? Because I feel like we've talked to you every year. We like to spread the word.
Yeah.
So what was the genesis of this idea to help get people home safely on a great day in Detroit?
Well, I'm going to tell you it's my idea, but I won't take credit. It was our marketing agency. We hired a new marketing agency about 2016. And so we've been doing this every year, save for some COVID years, since 2017. And it's been our most fun day. My dad likes to say it's our favorite day of the year because we get to see the buzz, but it's also about giving back to people in the community and people that are downtown having a great time.
Well, knowing that you guys are doing something that hopefully saves people from really dumb decisions and bad outcomes has to be pretty rewarding too.
Yeah, it's great. And we were talking earlier. One year we did a 2-day because opening day was canceled.
Oh, that's
morning of. So we decided to do lift rides for 2 days in a row, the first day and the second day. So it's over the years we've been doing it almost 10 years now. So
do you guys get feedback in terms of how many people take advantage of this?
Yes.
Or do you,
we'll get a thing tomorrow or Monday. It's exactly how many rides and how much we had to spend.
Does it get bigger and bigger?
Oh yeah, every year, and we've been over the years. It's over thousands and thousands have been taking advantage. So.
Okay,
well, I'm glad to hear that.
I took a lift.
That it's working.
I took a lift down here today, and I was down here in 20
because you're going to get all liquored up today.
You don't want that.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Just to be clear here, I looked out at some of the feedback coming in. You don't get a ride halfway home.
No.
They pay for half of
we
your.
We don't drop you off halfway.
They take you all the way home.
Yes.
You just pay for half of the cost.
Yes, you got it.
Do you ever meet people that say, "Oh, I took advantage of that"?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, a lot of people. We get a lot of feedback saying it's great. I had a great time downtown or around Comerica Park, and I got home on a lift. So thank you.
Okay, so now we talk some baseball. Early season. We sat here a year ago. They were 5-1. People were excited about 5-1. Then they disappeared off TV. They started losing 2 out of every 3 games. But the last 2 months of last season into this year, your guys' thoughts on this team and where they're going?
I think they're going to be all right. I mean, they should have made some moves over the offseason, but that's just,
here we go.
That's the way I think more grandiose, and I have to be brought back to reality, and
that's what I'm here for.
Yeah,
so.
that's I think you spend whatever, but we'll see what happens.
It's going to be a competitive season. That's for sure. I think they got a pitching staff, and they're going to have injury bug hurt them a little bit coming out of the gate, but I think they'll come in strong.
One of the things I think is kind of weird about this season is that, and I'm not attacking you, Stanford. It's interesting because I think a lot of people have that comment.
Lay into him, Gator.
But it feels because I think we kind of conveniently forget that who's starting today's game?
Jack Flaherty.
Yeah. Jack Flaherty is a free agent signing. Yeah. I know he was part of the team last year. It's just one of those interesting things, and they weren't playoff bound when he was here. They trade him, and then all of a sudden they're a playoff bound team. He wins a World Series. Tigers get to a second round of the playoffs, and then he comes back, and that's pretty cool. And I feel like it's a guy that they've added to this team, and we all kind of conveniently forget, wait a minute, this is an addition. This isn't just bringing the same thing back from last year.
And they've got a good manager.
Great manager.
I really like. He's so cool.
Do you ever hear him on the morning show?
Yeah.
He's so level-headed. Yeah. He explains everything like we're all 4 years old, and then I think everybody can understand when he talks about his decision making. He doesn't get hyper defensive when people question what he did. It's really like the steady rudder of a guy who knows what he's doing. And how about the pitching coach, Chris Fetter, and what he's done with these guys?
Yeah, coaching matters. I mean, this town really shows it. But coaching matters. You get a good coach, get a good leader in, you could go places.
Yes. Well, you can also go places today, courtesy of Wallside Windows at half price. It's the Lyft app, and the promo code is Wallside 2025. You go plug that in before you request your ride, and half of your ride home will be picked up by these guys right here. And let me tell you, they really want to spend a lot of money on this promotion.
We go.
So guys, make sure
you got it.
As much as I can. Look, you're a big TV star now, man. You gotta, you're in the ads I see on TV. So look out.
Radio is still fun though. So
Good.
There we go. Yeah, we love coming here. This is our favorite interview we do all day.
Let's make sure that everybody heard that. You do how many interviews today?
Oh, we do countless.
Yeah,
countless. I don't know.
Which
5,
one's the
6,
best?
7. This is by far our best.
Yeah,
by far.
Yeah.
Love it. Guys, have a great day. Thanks for what you do for Detroit.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
You too.
Happy opening day.
Happy opening day.
There they are, the guys from Wallside, Adam and Stanford Blank. And again, the Lyft app they'll pay for half your ride home with the promo code Wallside at 2025. Katie, you ready to talk about this season?
Let's get it going.
Let's get some predictions in. 162 games. 81-81 is obviously 500. People, we're going to record them now. 248-539-9797. How many wins will this team have? If 81-81 is 500, 82, 83, 84, you think they're going to get to 90? Or are you worried? 80, 79, 78. How many wins does this team have? We'll write these down. We'll revisit them at the end of the year, see who comes closest. You look confused. Is this an easy concept, or are you thinking about what your pick?
We did this last week.
Oh, you did it last week?
When you were gone. Well, we did the start of the season, man. You know how this works.
We did it on this day last year. Sorry, I didn't know. We'll do it anyway. How do you think this team's going to be this year? 248-539-97.
Sorry, I wasn't on vacation last week.
Yeah, you should have taken one. Everybody else did. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. When it comes to this Tiger season, we talk about guardrails and trying to be realistic. I think it's realistic to think that the Tigers are the best team in the American League Central. Is that smashing through guardrails?
No.
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 No. It is not. This division is there to be had. It was kind of amusing a couple days ago when everybody was 2-4. But it's early.
Well, everybody still is. The only difference is now Minnesota's 2-5.
That's right. But if you look at, the Vegas over-under win totals, there's the cluster of the 4 teams in the American League Central and then a big drop-off to the White Sox. So if you are a division winner and you get into the postseason, anything can happen. They were the last team in last year, and they beat a division-winning Houston Astro team in the first round. They came so close. I mean, tantalizingly close to advancing to the American League Championship Series. I think it's safe to say that this year's team has the material to be better. I think they're run by competent people. And they didn't lose an offensive and defensive coordinator. Right? The personnel.
That's a fact.
The personnel is better. The coaching is the same. They're probably a little bit more prepared, given what they went through last year, to play high-end pressure baseball, where they messed around and found themselves in a playoff chase. And then, sometimes you see either reality hit and water returns to its level, because you can get hot for a few weeks in this sport, but they stayed hot. They stayed hot for the better part of 2 months. And when they started playing the highest of pressure games, they responded and won a bunch of those games. Now, in the end, they had a 2-1 lead in the American League Divisional Series and unfortunately couldn't close the deal. And that's something that I'm sure doesn't sit well with them. But the personnel is better. They have the pitching chaos thing is something they could do again if they wanted, but that's hard to do that over a long period of time. They probably did it longer than really could reasonably be expected. Now they can hit you with starting pitching, but have that as the secret weapon, if you will, in their back pocket. I like this team, and I didn't get to my prediction last week, and for others who didn't, go for it, 248-539-9797. The over-under was 83.5. Of course, 500 is 81 and 81. I think they're winning 88 games this year. And I think it's going to be enough to win the division. And what did they win? They win 86 last year?
86 last year.
86 last year. I think they're winning 88 this year. And I almost feel like it's a sheepish prediction. Like, I think they could win more. But trying to keep it real, I think 88 and 74 is the record when it's all said and done.
I got to tell you, Doug, that doesn't sound very chesty for somebody who was pretty chesty about a 2-14.
Well, I think they're going to win the division.
I would agree with that. I think for me last week, I believe I had the total at 90, actually.
Did you?
Because I am chesty about this team winning the division. I think they're the best team in the division. I don't think the other teams within the division really improved themselves all that much. And I'm not sure how much the Tigers improved themselves, but I do think they did improve themselves. I think it's a better team opening day this year than what they had last year when they started the season, I should say, when you start the season with Gleyber Torres. Effectively, you're doing the same thing in center field that you started last year because Parker Meadows didn't even hit.
Yeah.
I mean, he literally hit 100 for the first 2 months of the season. So you're starting off perhaps even maybe better from a lineup standpoint. Obviously, defensively, it's different. And I like what they have to offer with the rotation for sure. I think this is a solidified rotation. And once they really start getting into a rhythm, they're going to take care of baseball games. It's the offense that you worry about. Can the offense do enough? Do the changes that Spencer Torkelson made in the offseason, is that going to pay off enough? And, you don't know. I like what AJ Hinch had to say this morning. He's like, look, man, I look at things series to series. I can't tell you what's going to happen 6 months from now. I have no idea what's going to happen 6 months from now. For me, when I say 90, I guess it's looking at it optimistically. That's that's like a ceiling for it, right? I expect them to win the division, win 90 games, provided lots of things go the way they should. I hope they don't have these injuries don't linger, or that other injuries, they're going to creep up at some point in time. I just hope that it's not going to be something really debilitating, like, oh look, so and so just I asked to have Tommy John surgery, or this guy broke his leg sliding into home. Whatever those things, if they can avoid that, I think 90 wins is absolutely doable because this is a good baseball team. I don't think they're a great baseball team. They're certainly not. They don't have the lineup that other teams have. But this is effectively, it's the same team they had last year that did win 86 games, that did get into the playoffs in a very competitive division where 4 of the 5 teams were 500 or better, where 3 of the 5 teams made the playoffs, which other divisions can't say that, but the AL Central can say it. So I like where they're at. I hope that the bats continue to do what they do. They've jumped on pitchers early. Let's hope that continues to be the trend.
Joe in Lake Orion writes in 85 wins for the Tigers. Greg in Walled Lake says 71 wins. Now, if they finish, what would that be? 71 and 90, 71 and 91.
20 games below 500.
That, what would have to go wrong?
You'd have to have Tarek Skubal would have to get hurt. I think Riley Green would have to get hurt.
Mize and Torque would both have to not be for real.
Yeah, the things would just stop. Any progress would stop.
Yeah. That would be a major, major disappointment. 93 wins from Nate Nakar. Tigers hit 92 wins. That's from Vince in New Baltimore. 87 wins. That's from Troy and Plymouth. 90 and 72, RC in Flushing. 92 wins. Let's go. That's from Jeff in a truck. 248-539-9797. More feedback here. Not to be a wet blanket, but the last 50 years, only 4 teams have won the World Series that did not have a top 10 payroll. That's from Andrew in an office. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not predicting a World Series win.
No, I'm not either. But, I mean, it's been done before. That's one. And 2 is, if it is a requirement, and one of the things that I am going to be intrigued to do is, does this team do enough to take advantage of organizational depth and buy at the trade deadline? Because this year's a little different. They got a taste of it last year. The offseason, they tried to make a move, and we've talked at great length about the Bregman contract offer, which was a long contract, longer than I was comfortable with. But I totally understood the idea of adding Alex Bregman would have made the Tigers most likely better at third base in the here and the now. So it was a win now kind of move. I don't think there's any question that there would be painful years on the end of that contract. The question was how many? Anywhere from 1, 2, all the way to 4, maybe 5. I don't know what the arc of Bregman's career holds. But the best part about the Bregman contract offer was that was a legitimate, serious financial investment that this organization was committed to making for a player that I was uncomfortable about. They now have that financial resource in their back pocket to do something at the trade deadline.
They can. They absolutely can. They've got a ton of prospects right now, and that's what you have to have if you're going to land somebody else's big player at the trade deadline. The person who predicted the 71 wins, and we asked, well, how does that happen? We talk about injuries. The other thing that can happen, how it gets there, is this team is just nowhere near a playoff spot by the trade deadline, and they decide to trade Scoop.
What?
I'm just saying, this is, if you want to find a way to get to 71 wins, that's how you do it.
Oh, okay. I don't want to find a way to get to 71
I don't want
wins.
to either, but you asked the question, how do they do it? So we answer the question.
It would have
it's
to
either going
be
to be injury or the team's just not good, and then they trade away their number one asset, which is the Cy Young Award winner.
Well, if they were to do that, it would be a total organizational reset, and I think that is, I guess there's not a non-zero chance they do it, but I think it is very, very, very unlikely. But if my man thinks they're winning 71 games,
then there you go.
248-539-9797. I'm borderline upset at you for even bringing that up.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I just, want to.
We perhaps are no longer friends.
Somebody wants to say 71 wins. How do you do it? This is how you do it.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, you want your lawn to be green and lush all all summer long, right? You want the neighbors to talk about it. You want them to pull you aside. Man, what are you doing? How does this happen? Here's how it happens. You called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. We get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. Go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97 on the ticket. You pay early, this is what happens, man. Get green and stay green and save the green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month to get that early bird discount, and that's awesome. You don't want to see crabgrass, so make sure you get it treated right now. That first treatment for crabgrass is the utmost importance, because if you see crabgrass in the summertime, it's too late to treat it, man. It's just going to be, you're going to be a desperate person. You're going to be, frankly, really, really, really unhappy. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. The people know their stuff. They've got certified applicators and arborists that come out and custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. I've had them at my house for almost a dozen years now. I couldn't be happier. It's a locally owned company for over 35 years. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's opening day. Back to your phone calls and feedback in a moment. We're taking yes, the season's already started, predictions on the Tigers season, because I feel like in many ways when you open on the road and you open on the West Coast, you open in the dark, and I don't know if the masses are paying attention. We all know the record, but we did this last year when they were 5-1. We'll do it again this year when they're 2-4. What the hell, right? What the hell?
What the hell, Doug?
Yep. We broadcast on the edge. You just never know what we're going to do. So we're going to take predictions after. These are just dictions. They're not predictions. They're just dictions.
Wow.
Okay, so a couple things. Back in our studios is our producer, Kang. Kang, how are you this morning?
I'm doing great, man. It's always a great day, opening day. The fact that the weather is nice, that's just, that's all you hope for opening day, for me at least, for the people down there. I used to do opening day. I no longer do opening day.
Yeah.
Because I'm a father now, Doug. I'm responsible.
Were you good at it?
The best of my era, Doug.
He's retired, people. For the opening day, Kang is retired.
My resume's in, okay?
Yeah, for about another, 13 years. Then you might rekindle come out of retirement and rekindle opening day Kang. So a couple things. You are our station's collector guy, and you have a lot of relationships with a lot of people in the sports memorabilia business because of that. One of the big stories going on in Detroit right now, well, there's a couple things. One Tiger related we'll get to in a minute. But the Lions jersey number changes. And look, this is something players have every right to change their numbers, of course, but I don't know that the players realize that the fans look at it as a bit of an inconvenience. I can tell you that in the last month, we have purchased one of the jerseys of which the number has changed. And my son, the Lions had like an online flash sale, and my oldest son wanted a black Jahmyr Gibbs jersey. We purchased him a black Jahmyr Gibbs jersey, sent it to him. He said, Dad, it's a large, and I'm going to be wearing it outside with sweatshirts and stuff underneath it. I probably would prefer an extra large. We had him return it. I ordered an extra large. It got sent to our house. I've yet to open the bag. So we've got this black Jahmyr Gibbs jersey, number 26, sitting there, unopened, unworn, tag still on it. Then I am now going to attempt to return for a Jahmyr Gibbs 0 jersey. Do you think this is going to work, Kang? Do you think I'm going to be able to return the old number and get full price back?
I don't think so, but it depends on where you bought it from directly. I know local places like mom and pop shops you most likely will not be able to. Because
now,
they can't resell that jersey for the same price that you bought it for,
It's tough, too. You spoke to people in that industry about how it's kind of screwed them over. What did they say?
Yeah, they say they're kind of in the same situation as the fans for the most part. So a lot of these places, too, will buy, like, Jahmyr Gibbs, incredibly popular player here, right? They, some of them have loaded up on Jahmyr Gibbs jerseys for the upcoming season. Now they're stuck.
Gotta stock them up.
Yeah, now they're stuck with those old number 26 jersey, and the best they can do is put them on sale, on clearance, or whatever, and hopefully move them that way because they can't send them back to their supplier, or at least not for the same amount for the same price that they bought them for.
I think this is brutal. Because there's so many jersey changes. And these players are so young, and they're like in their third year, a lot of these guys. And second year for Terry Arnold's changing his number. It's disappointing, really. I feel for people that went out and did this, that go out and buy the jerseys, or if you bought, maybe you can speak to this, King. What about the autographed jersey? You go out and you buy an autographed framed jersey of Jahmyr Gibbs, number 26, and then this happens. Does that totally tank the price of it, or is it still the same thing as if you had an autograph with the new number?
No, I mean, definitely when this jersey was, what era it was autographed and what year it was. Now, unless you're trying to complete some kind of rainbow, where you can get all his numbers autographed and all his colors and things like that. No, it's clearly an outdated jersey now.
And if that's the case, let's say you have an autograph on it, does it make it more valuable because you've got the older one?
No, not necessarily, and especially for like guys like that aren't Hall of Famer type guys or just.
I was about to say, if Jahmyr Gibbs goes to the Hall of Fame and you have a Jahmyr Gibbs autographed 26 jersey, will that have the same value as a Jahmyr Gibbs autographed 0 jersey?
Usually, it's what the player did with that number. You know what I'm saying? So, like, if he goes on and like he has 0 now, right? If he goes on and starts breaking records with the number 0, that's probably going to be the more popular jersey. In the end, it is what people want to pay for it. But if he's a Hall of Famer, it'd be cool to have the 26 as well, I think. But
it's going to be weird seeing a dude with the number 0 running with a football.
Me and Evan were talking this morning, though. Like, the 0 makes sense if, like, he's Sonic and he's trying to collect rings, like the circular, gold rings. Like, so, I mean, that's kind of cool. But, yeah, from a customer point of view, there's always risk when you buy a professional jersey, right? A guy can get traded, things like that. But it hurts more when he's on the team still and he just decides to change his number. I think a great thing let's say Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, he knows he's not going to change his number from 14 ever.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there and say it. I think more people would buy his jersey and stuff because they know that they feel more comfortable and more assurance that this is going to be current no matter what.
It's a great idea for a player to do that and probably move some of their merch. Look, it's a tough deal too because as a player, if you want to change your number, you should be allowed to change your number. I wonder, is this even on do you think it's even on the player's radar that some fans feel screwed over when a player changes his number? Do you think they even think about that or know it? I'm not trying to impugn them.
No, yeah, I don't think they think about it. I think they're like, hey, I've always wanted this number or I want to change whatever. I mean, the only people that would be letting them know is their marketing team or their agent or whoever,
248-539-9797. If you are the owner of a Gibbs 26, a JMO 9, a Terrion 0, or a Rakestraw 15.
I don't know.
I thought you bought the Tim Patrick jersey, Doug.
Right.
I did not. What was it? He's going from 17 to 12. Is that correct? I believe. And what are you going to do?
What number is Hendon Hooker? Was he 12 or no?
I don't remember what number Hendon.
I think he's 2.
2.
I think you're right, yeah.
I think you're probably right.
Anyway, what are you going to do? 248-539-9797. Are you going to just wear the out-of-date jersey? Are you going to get a new one? Are you going to never buy a jersey ever again? If you're going to get a new one, does it come with a ridiculous 30% tariff?
That would be ridiculous.
248-539-9797.
That's where it's made.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Talk to you. What are you going to do? Kang, I also have a suggestion for you. We will get to that at 11:31. It's opening day from downtown Detroit here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, a lot of feedback coming in on the jersey thing. It is opening day, and one member of our show has a tradition here at the Carson Anderson program. It is our producer, Kang. Kang, every year, every season, you get yourself a brand new Detroit Tiger hat. And every year, it's not always the home Old English D cap, correct?
No, it's not.
Okay. But you have how many of those Old English D game?
I can't even count at this point. Like, they've turned into lawn, cutting the grass hat, sitting on the couch hat, going to the Meyer hat, going to Kroger hat. Those are two different hats.
They're two different hats. Yeah,
but they look the same. So too many.
Okay. But you will break from that and get a new Tiger hat that isn't the classic Old English D.
Yes, because that the fact that they've opened this up has helped me out personally a lot, so I can get a different kind of hat. Like the last 2 years, I think I've bought, maybe just the last year, I bought the Father's Day hat, which was cool to me. It's a
like a light blue.
I've got one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So might I recommend? I saw this today, and I want to look for it in the stadium. I had not seen this yet, and it's not yet on the Tigers website. But they have a new batting practice hat for the City Connect jerseys. Now, the City Connect jerseys that came out last year, the black and blue, tire tread design, and on the hat it just says Detroit. They now have a BP hat with the 313 on it that I just saw briefly. I was watching either Fox 2 or Channel 7. I can't remember which network I had on. And I looked up and briefly saw it before the screen changed. I said, ooh, what's that? And I heard them say the new batting practice hat for the City Connect jerseys. So I went to the Tigers website, couldn't find it. Kang, you looked for it and found something. It wasn't the actual BP hat. It was like a knockoff or something. I don't know what it was.
But it was very similar to what the one you're talking about, right?
Yes.
You saw it, right? Yeah.
Yes. What did you make of that design?
It's okay. It doesn't scream.
That's not an endorsement.
It doesn't scream Tigers to me. It's definitely different. If you're into different, this is the hat for you then.
Is it because it says Detroit instead of Tigers, or the Detroit is not in a script? It's just like block Detroit?
No, you're talking about the BP. Doug,
the BP hat doesn't say Detroit at all. It just has it's got like a diamond shape.
Like a baseball. Like a home plate, not home plate, sorry, like the infield, right?
And then it has 313 in the middle. I want to look. I want to see if I can find that one, because I've almost gone 7 days without buying a hat, and so I might have to check that box.
Yeah, this is a problem for you.
It is a problem. It sounds like it's a problem for Kang too.
But Kang it's just a problem getting Tiger hats.
Yes.
And it's one a year. With you, it's a problem with just you can't help yourself. You got to buy a hat.
Yes, I do. I don't know why. I've got a closet. Hats are falling out of the closet.
Did you buy a hat in Florida?
Yeah.
You bought a Florida hat, huh?
No, I didn't buy a Florida hat.
No, I bought a hat in Florida.
Bought a hat in Florida.
Did you get approval?
Did I get approval? From the wife?
Yeah. Was she? Does she understand that you have a real problem with hats?
Yeah, she just gave a thumbs up, so we're good. Yeah.
You ever give him a thumbs down
on hat purchases? She is saying a resounding nodding her head yes. Anyway, Kang, I'm gonna look for it in the park. If I see the authentic BP one, I might send you a picture and see if you like it. I liked it. My quick glance at it, I liked it. I may change when I see it in real life. But
did it look like it had a bendable bill?
Hope not.
Or is it one of these ridiculous things like you're wearing right now?
Okay, so do you think this hat? Because your opinion means little to me, but my wife's opinion matters. Do you think this hat's ridiculous? No, thank you.
You like the bill on that hat? You like how flat it is and how pronounced it is?
No,
that's what she doesn't like. See, the logo's great. The color's fine.
You're just trying to make Gator happy. She's got her Tiger hat on.
See, look at the bill, much better.
Whatever.
Totally curved.
248-539-9797. All right, a ton of feedback coming in on the jersey thing.
Not that you have to have a hat with Peyronie's disease, but I'm just saying it'd be nice to have the curve.
Wow. Just got a black Gibbs jersey for Christmas. I am very annoyed. That's from an unnamed texter.
Sorry.
This is BS. I have 2 Gibbs jerseys and 1 Williams. all bought within the last 2 seasons. I'll never buy another jersey. Dan in Clinton Township.
I don't believe that, Dan. You've bought 3 jerseys.
Yeah.
To say you're never going to buy a jersey again sounds like you're a jersey guy.
It sounds like it. I'd prefer a Gibbs 26. It's like a rookie card. You have his first.
I kind of agree with that. I just don't like the fact that there's another option.
What do you mean? Like
that he switched? I don't. I mean, 3rd year in the league, you're switching numbers.
Yeah. I rarely buy jerseys. I bought a Martin Lapointe Red Wing jersey back in the day. I still wear that jersey for hockey games. The number and team doesn't matter if you really like the player. That's that unnamed texter's perspective. I think people who buy jerseys for the name on the back more than the number. I think people buy jerseys more for the name on the back than the number. So I don't think many people will be upset over the number change because it's the same player. Eric in Bloomfield writes, what are you going to do? Rock the 26. It's now a classic.
This is true. Although you could now, if you wanted, you could just change the name on the back to Painter for Carl Painter, who wore 26 back in the day, and then get a new Jahmyr Gibbs jersey. Did you think of doing that?
Yes, Gator. I think most people will choose to do that. That's what people will choose to do.
I'm a problem solver.
Can you actually, because I hear people say, just get a different nameplate. Can you actually just buy a nameplate?
I don't know.
I don't think you can do that. I've never seen that even available anywhere.
I wouldn't see why you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you'd have to have it custom done, I guess, to have the stitches removed and all that, and to put a new one in there.
Yeah, but where do you get the nameplate?
I don't know. I don't have a good cobbler yet, let alone a tailor. So I think that's how you go cobbler, then tailor, then haberdasher. So
Kang, you're a collector guy. You've got the connections. Can you buy just a nameplate?
Just the nameplate?
Yeah.
Oh,
to switch out.
Oh, to switch out?
Yeah.
So you're talking like an authentic. I don't know if you can, man. Let me text my guys.
All right. And then there's this one, Gator, unnamed texter. 0 is a stupid number. Hold on to your jersey and hope he comes back to his senses and goes back to 26.
It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird to see somebody running with the football wearing the number 0.
I am not a fan of the number 0. I find it, I don't, and I wouldn't think you are either, because I feel like it's the modern look at me number, and you don't like look at me guy. No. So I find the number 0 to be kind of ridiculous.
I'm uncomfortable with the number 1.
Yep.
The number 0, yeah. I mean, look, growing up watching football, Kenny Burrow wore 00 for the Houston Oilers as a wide receiver, and he stood out because 00. But 00 to me made more sense than 0. Like 0 is like we haven't even started numbering things yet.
That's right. I'm going to use this opportunity to announce that I today am changing my number.
Okay.
I am changing from number 22 to number 71.
71?
71.
Why 71?
Changing my number.
Why are you going all Larkin on us?
Just cause. Just cause.
I feel like there needs to be a reason.
Nope. No reason. I'm just changing my number to 71. And I'll see if I stick with it for the rest of the show. I might change my number again.
Okay.
Yep.
You're very fickle.
248-539-9797. Eric is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Eric.
Boys, how are you doing?
What's
all right,
up?
Eric?
So I just want to let you guys know I had a 26 Jahmyr Gibbs jersey from Rally House that was given to me as a gift in late December. Rally House, and I just walked out of there. So Rally House will let you, if you still have the tags on it and it's less than 120 days since the purchase date, they will either refund it or exchange it. Or in my case, I got a gift card for when the new jerseys come in, I can just get the number 0 for Gibbs.
That's kind of awesome.
So
good for them.
Yeah, there are places out there that will do that. So I can only speak on Rally House if that was my experience that I just had. So I just wanted to call in and let you guys know and let the people out there know that if you have that circumstance, they will return it or exchange it.
That is helpful information, Eric, for people who bought them from Rally House.
Yes, sir. So
Thank you for
have
sharing.
A great day. Love the show and go Lions, Tigers, Pistons, and Wings, baby.
There you go. Hey, thank you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Tigers open the home portion of the season against the White Sox today. From here in downtown Detroit, we'll get back into the baseball coming up in the noon hour. In fact, we'll give you the best of what Tiger manager AJ Hinch told our morning show starting at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Huh?
Want to bring the radio back on for us?
Or over 40 crowd doesn't like the 0, and under 40 crowd is like, yeah, it's awesome.
I will never buy a team jersey for this very reason. A player gets traded or retires a nice team hoodie for me. From an unnamed texter, I turned my Stafford jersey into a JMO jersey. Now I don't have either of their jerseys. So did you get a nameplate and get it exchanged? Is that what happened?
Who's going to be the new number 9?
I don't know. Jordan,
Kyle Allen?
Could be.
Actually, I didn't see if his name was on that list.
Another one here. Jordan in a FedEx truck. I have the Tigers going 92-70, winning the division. Jay in a work truck, 75 wins. Harris didn't do anything to build off last season. Kansas City wins the division.
Well, the rotation, if they stay healthy, is better than what it was last year. They added Gleyber Torres to the team. You've got they also added Alex Cobb to the rotation.
No, I mean that's one that's hard to sell because
he's not playing right now, but he will be playing soon. Yeah, I get it, but I do think that the roster is better than what it was when it went to the playoffs. I mean, it'd be nice to have some of these guys back. I'm counting on Parker Meadows coming back.
Yeah. I mean, to say they didn't, first of all, if they didn't do anything, why are they going to be worse?
Well, and not just worse, but a hell of a lot worse.
Significantly worse. Like, you might be disappointed.
Did you look at Cleveland, Minnesota, Kansas City, Chicago? Did you see what the other teams in the division did? Did they get appreciably better?
I would be intrigued. I can understand wanting more. I wanted more.
Yeah,
okay?
I wanted more
That's
as
fair.
well.
They clearly locked in on what they wanted to do. They made a very competitive offer, and it got turned down. Okay, maybe they should have had a better plan B. I didn't love plan A. I was more a Santander guy. We'll see if that turns out to have been a better potential signing than Bregman was.
That sounds like that's one they could have had if they wanted.
Yeah, but they didn't. They locked in on Bregman.
Well,
they made
they
a
thought they were
competitive
gonna get
offer. They didn't get him. Okay, gotcha. I mean, you don't score points for trying. But why, if they didn't do anything, and you can make a case that they made subtle moves to get better, why are they going to be so much worse? I don't know. Connor writes in 97-65. They win the American League Central.
Oh, that's a little strong.
Tony in North Branch, 77 wins. Tony, I wish you'd give us a reason why. I wish 97 win guy gave us a reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Why.
It goes
if you're going to go
both ways.
extreme,
Yeah.
I'd like to know why.
It's fine. Have your opinion. I just support it with something that we can work with.
Can we stop with the Bregman crap? He's in Boston. Harris is as bad as Yzerman, which is don't spend money and the Red Wings, they'll only win 71, and it's all on Harris and Illich. Cheapskate. It's not going to win a Stanley Cup or a World Series. Football fan in Belleville.
They offered a guy $75 million in contract money.
Yep.
That's cheap. They thought they had a deal done.
Well,
and
he
then
says, can we stop with the Bregman crap?
No, we
He's in
can't.
Boston.
You know what? No. Can't stop with it. Not if you're going to say something. If you're going to follow it up with saying, oh, they're cheap, then I have to bring up Bregman. Because not only had they already spent money to get Jack Flaherty here and Alex Cobb here and Gleyber Torres here, not only did they do that, but after they did that, they were still going to spend more money, up to $29 million a year, on Alex Bregman. Bregman said his camp turned it down because they ended up getting another offer from the Red Sox, which was a very short-term offer, which was way more per year. You're talking $40 million a year.
So, I remember last year they were bottom third in terms of spending, if I recall correctly. This year they're up into the middle third. They've spent more money. But
could they spend more? Absolutely,
they could, and they seem to have tried. They did offer the most total money to Bregman, and maybe they should have offered more. It's weird for me to say that because I was very skeptical of that offer. I was scared by that offer, and the people would say, "Why be scared? It would have made him better at third." Yes, and they would have had cumbersome years on that contract. But look, I said it at the beginning of the show, the excitement about the Tigers. It is not mass hysteria. It's a playoff team that made some subtle moves. People, when you talk about mass hysteria comes with when you go out and you sign Juan Soto, when you trade for Shohei Ohtani, When you manage to get an Aaron Judge, like a lot of these that aren't even on the table, they're players that aren't for sale. They could have, I guess, bid on Juan Soto. That would have led to mass hysteria, and this place would be going bonkers right now if he were in the middle of the lineup.
We haven't had that player in a while since, Prince Fielder was maybe the last time that you brought somebody in free agent-wise. You're like, what just happened?
Yeah, and I understand that appeal.
Yeah, it's a great appeal.
It is a lot to go in on that, and it feels like the haves and the have-nots. There's a greater gap growing, and you want your owner to act like a have, and he could. I mean, he could put more money into this team. That leads to mass hysteria. This was a playoff team a year ago that I think is better this year, but people don't get that excited about parading out there a lefty-righty advantage strategic lineup. They don't.
No, and I think one of the things that may have dampened any kind of enthusiasm that some of the people would have had was that spring training came and went, and Chase Young was so unproductive that I think the Tigers really wanted to give him the position at third base. He just didn't earn it. So I think that's disappointing because that would have been a real nice solution after losing out on Bregman. Now, it's been a week at AAA. Chase Young's done all right at AAA. Now, hopefully this turns out a lot like Parker Meadows did last year. Hey, Parker, you got to hit. You're not doing it. Goes back to Toledo, hits, gets the call up, and continues to hit with the Tigers. Let's hope this works out for Chase Young, that he's down at Toledo for the first month or two of the season, hits the cover off the ball like he's doing right now, and then they have to bring him up.
What's interesting is last year, and you mentioned Parker Meadows, what did we hear from them when they didn't make big signings? We don't want to block any of our young players. Right. The fact that they were going to go all in with a free agent third baseman tells you that, okay, Chase Young we're okay with blocking him now. And now it's up to him to convince them that he is worthy of the playing time at the major league roster. But that was a shift in philosophy where they were gonna block a young player. But hey, look, when it's all said and done, like I said, you don't get points for trying. You got to put a winning team on the field. If the Tigers win the division, I'm pretty happy. The issue is, that Dodger series is a sobering. Well, that's what 4 times as much money can buy you. And that's a team that has not exactly 4. It's probably closer to 3 times as much money. But it's more than 3 times as much money. But that's not the point is, are they that far away? They got swept.
Yeah.
They got swept.
They had a chance to win 2 of those games. Looked like one was right there for them, and then replay took it away from them. You didn't see the replay that was definitive until well after the game, and it was, I guess, ish. I still can't. You know what? I still have a hard time thinking that's what overturned the call, but
I know
it does look. If you see the replay and the plate, okay, fair enough. But they played with the best team in baseball, and that was. Look, you don't want to look for moral victories, and that felt like it was. At least it made me feel better going into the next series. And then they went out and pounded Seattle in that first game with the 18 hits and the 9 runs. Yeah, they gave up 6, and they got a little iffy at the end there. But the team got back on track there, won the next game, and then lost the third game in that series. And here we are. They didn't lose any ground in the division. It's a week into the season, and let's see where they're at after this series is done.
All right, I want to have a little fun. For regulars of this show, everyone knows that one of the repetitive themes with me is that everything that I really like, not everything, but much of what I really like, Gator, disappears.
Yes.
Things that, foods I like, drinks I like, restaurants I like, they disappear. My tastes apparently do not appeal to the masses.
No.
I want to take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797 because I just got word that one of the things that I like is coming back.
You got confirmation?
I have confirmation.
Oh, boy.
We'll tell you what it is in the noon hour at 12:05. But let's take 10 texts right now at 248. 248.
Wow.
248-539-9797. Something I like is coming back. Guess what it is? We'll read your text coming up, and we'll tell you what it is at 12:05.
Make sure you sign those texts.
Sign the text, too, yeah. Make sure we know who you are. Get your text in. Something I like is coming back. Yes! No, it's not Cucumber Lime Gatorade. That is still available.
Great.
For now. It's Carson Anderson from downtown Detroit. Hear the best of what AJ Hinch, Tiger skipper, told on Morning Show in the noon hour leading into Tiger baseball here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's opening day, and we are in downtown Detroit, and we are fired up. Tigers taking on the White Sox today. Season opener coming up, and, well, home portion of the schedule. Scott Anderson, how excited are you?
I'm very excited.
What's funny? I missed something. What?
Your wife was walking in the studio as somebody was walking out to see what she was walking in with.
Carrying 2 beers?
Yeah.
So there's one of two
While
things.
the bosses, yeah.
There's one of two things. Yeah, the bosses are here. She just went and got 2 beers.
She's awesome.
Yes.
I don't see one for her.
Well, no, here's the question. They're both for her, right?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
They're
yes.
both
Those
for
are
her. She's 2-fisting. Very, very disturbing.
I can't even do it. Somebody had to do it. Thanks, gang. I'm going to stay away from that.
All right, I just mentioned something that I like that went away is coming back. What do we got here? Okay, so John writes in Chi-Chi's. Jim from Oxford says Bill Knapp's. Doug in a car says Boston Market. Oh, I wish. David in Trenton says Sunbaked Kale Chips. Eric in the office says that apple beer. Jeff says Hello Kitty adult bike helmet. These are funny. You people are funny. From HVAC
It's been out of
Kurt.
stock for so long. You just figured it was never going to come.
Bud Light Chilada. You can still get that.
That's the worst.
Let's see here. Doug's hair is coming back. Hims? Congratulations, Doug Whitmer, who is bald and jealous. Hair is not coming back.
Got that trip to Turkey planned.
Yeah. Bill says Busch Light Peach. I couldn't stand it. BK says the Beyond Burger at Ryan says the Beyond Burger at BK. No, they still got that. A lot of the stuff hasn't gone away yet, and it's an Impossible Whopper is what it is.
Know what that tells you? A lot of people wish that stuff was going away.
Dude.
Or they thought, yeah, no, that's definitely gone, right?
You love the McRib. I don't wish that the McRib.
I cannot stand a McRib. I've had it once in my life, and I will never, ever, ever, ever have it again.
Okay. But when you like something at Taco Bell that I won't eat, I don't wish that it would go away. I want you to enjoy what you enjoy, right?
I'm not cheering you on for stuff that goes out.
So anyway, somebody got it right. It was, who was it here? Eric in the office writes, that apple beer. That's right, people. It's coming back. Busch Light Apple will be in stores by the end of the month.
End of the month?
Whoop, whoop. Love it.
No, please don't do that.
Actually, be fair. Did you dislike Busch Light Apple?
No, I liked it quite a bit, actually. I think it was very refreshing.
We spent a day going, wait, Busch Light Apple? Kind of mocking it. And then somebody brought some to us.
Yeah, I mean, when I was in my early 20s and I would go to the lodge in Sylvan Lake, my buddy and I used to go there all the time and just try like different beers.
Yeah.
Like we would each order 4 beers. And there'd be 8 different kinds of beer. We'd pour half in a glass, whatever, we each try them out. And one of the ones that I loved at the time, and I think that discontinued years ago, was a company out of Washington State called Grant's. And Grant's had an apple honey porter, I believe. And they said porter, but it didn't really taste like a porter. It tastes like it's just an apple, like cider and beer with a touch of honey. It was delicious.
Yeah.
I loved it. And this is, I think it's crazy to think that Busch Light,
of all the
beers, is going to come up with one that I think it's tolerable, more than tolerable. I'd get it a 12-pack if I saw it.
Dude, they came in 30 packs, and when they were disappearing, I bought 4.
Yeah.
And then a week later, I was like, now what am I going to do? It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. It is opening day, Gator, an exciting day, and we have great weather outside. Relatively speaking, sun's out and shining. Fans are tailgating behind us. I look over, the parking lot is full. Comerica Park right over your shoulder there. And man, we do it well. And parked the car this morning, walked over and saw people with their setups. They had furniture out there. They are streaming TV feeds. Music was blasting. Blackstone grills were going.
There we go.
It was great to be down here and certainly do. If you want to feel like you're a part of it, we're streaming the video live on twitch.tv and youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket.
I think the best part about having a Blackstone for a tailgate, for an early tailgate, it's breakfast, man. You're having breakfast.
Yep.
Scrambled eggs or fried eggs, however you want to do it. You get bacon, sausage, pancakes if you want to do that, French toast, whatever the case is, man. You got the Blackstone to make it happen.
Yeah, it's a game changer when it comes to pregame tailgates, and it's funny because 10 years ago you didn't see any of those, and you saw satellite dishes. Now everybody can stream. It's changed. There are innovations, my friend.
Yes, so much better than a satellite. The
What's
satellite
that?
dish. When you would see a satellite dish at a tailgate, like what do you? I guess you can't hide money if you got the satellite dish at a tailgate.
You know, they had like the direct TV setup. You could just take it off your house and bring it down here.
Is that how that works?
Dish Network, yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I never did it, but I knew people that did. And dude, when somebody had a satellite set up at the tailgate and you could watch everything, that was legit. That was legit. But now you can stream everything if you can get a signal.
Or just jailbreak it.
Don't even start with the jailbreak guy. Let's bring in a special guest who just wandered in, but he is a legend, and it's always good to see him. Let's get that mic on. Hello, sir. Can you state your name to the audience?
My name is Michael Steven Stone, as opposed to the White Sox color announcer Stephen Michael Stone.
Oh,
is that true?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I never won a Cy Young, though.
I'm glad there's that distinction there, Stoney.
That's right.
I'm very glad that you are here because we had a topic earlier about opening day in other towns. Have you been to an opening day elsewhere?
Yes. Baltimore, when I covered them, when I lived in Washington, and obviously in Philly. And nothing, I think maybe from what I've been told, St. Louis, Cincinnati, and here. That's it. Okay?
Yeah.
Because in Philly, it was nice and all that, but the whole city doesn't go crazy like it does here. And part of that is the location of the stadium too, but this is just, it's a holiday. It's great. I love it.
It is really cool. And is it a little different, not having to work today?
It's a lot different. You know what they need to bring back?
What's that?
Genesee Cream Ale.
Oh, no, they do not.
Oh, I love that.
That can stay away.
I love Genesee Cream.
Did you ever have the Busch Light apple?
No.
It might surprise you.
No.
It might not.
I'll tell you what, Sony. You can have the Genesee Cream Ale. You can have that. As long as we can bring back red, white, and blue for me, that's fine. Which is the cheap beer.
Oh, okay.
That they
like
stopped.
Natty Light?
Like as cheap as Natty Light.
The Larry Eustace special?
Oh, God. So, look, I called this my favorite 2-4 baseball team of all time.
Yes, the whole division then, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, watching this team, even though they're 2-4, I like them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't get to see a lot of the games because, as you know, I was in Florida sending you guys back stuff from the owners' meetings.
Hanging out with Kay Adams.
Yes.
True.
That was pretty cool. Anyway, I wouldn't say hanging out. Met her. But, yeah, I mean, they got screwed.
Please don't say hanging out.
They got screwed in the Margot game where they should have won that game. And Colt Keith made a ridiculous, who knows if they still would have won the game, but that was a bad play. They played pretty well considering who they were playing. And, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah.
They're 2-4.
I thought the Seattle series, they were just fine.
Yeah.
They've got some guys overachieving, some guys underachieving. I think when they settle in, they're going to be the best team in this division.
So anything crazy at the NFL meetings that you need to bring north with you?
No, just those birds.
Birds were crazy.
That was wild.
I know.
We played that soundbite and we completely lost Gator.
Yeah.
He couldn't.
It wasn't just me.
No, I know.
Once you hear them, you can't not hear them.
Oh, I know. Believe me, I was there.
Yeah.
Sitting there, what the heck's going on? Even Holmes smiled a little bit.
Did he?
Because he knew what was going on. That's the first time I ever, and probably be the last time I ever cover that. But it was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, just to have the access to a lot of those people, and the Philadelphia and me. I saw Howie Roseman, and then at the owners' media dinner that they had, I went over to the Eagles owner and said, for my family and friends, just thank you for winning a Super Bowl.
And did he say, "Fine, get away"?
No,
from
no,
me,
no.
weirdo"?
They were very
okay,
nice.
good.
Yes,
Yeah.
as I said, I'm a longtime Philadelphian, but I've lived in Detroit 40 years. And if you played the Lions, I was going to root for the Lions. And they both, by the way, Roseman and Jeffrey Lurie, had nothing but praise for the Lions.
Really,
how good they are and how much fun they are to watch.
But don't they know they haven't even added Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, and I don't think they will. But
No,
that's a whole different story.
All right, hey, great to see you, Michael Steven
Wonderful.
Stone. As
Thank
always, he is Stoney. He is a legend. We're at opening day. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine, right? So why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization really matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. All these reasons are why, if I get in an accident or someone in my family gets in an accident and we need an attorney, I'm sending him to Steve at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are in downtown Detroit at the Hockey Town Cafe in the Music Town Studios, looking across at Comerica Park on a bright, sunshiny opening day, a far cry from the snowstorm we had a few years ago in a game which Miguel Cabrera hit one of the epic scenes of all time, hit an epic home run on that opening day in the snow. God, that was a wild scene, wasn't it?
That was surreal and awesome.
And now we got a Tiger team that we've been down here before where it was just the party and really only the party. Now we got a team that, quite frankly, I think should win this division and be in the playoffs in back-to-back years. God, that was great last year. Like, it was like first time all over again having a competitive baseball team, a playoff-worthy baseball team. Scott, it had been so damn long. And to see them play those games in August and September, to watch the city of Detroit completely embrace this squad and get on the bandwagon. The makeup of their roster truly was an underdog story, Cinderella story. And they came through and made the playoffs, then won a damn series. How did that happen?
I don't know how that happened, but it was amazing. I mean, I guess, yeah, we do know how it happened. They were on a roll, and they were doing something that nobody had ever done in baseball, where you had basically 3/5 rotation was bullpen.
Yeah.
That's what they did. And it was interesting to see because they had done it for so long and it had worked for so long. Like, that's a strategy. Like, if you're that's totally act of desperation move. Like, they couldn't throw guys. They didn't have enough good arms that they could count on to start games and go 6 innings. They just didn't have them.
Yeah.
So they had to come up with another way. And AJ Hinch and Chris Fetter, they found a way. And what they did with the bullpen to make it effectively a rotation, it's incredible what they did. And I remember asking at the time, is this going to be something other teams are going to follow? And I don't think that the team's going to follow that in terms of, yeah, we got 2 starters and the rest is bullpen day. But I think you're going to see more and more the embracing of a bullpen outing because you can get by with it.
All right, so AJ Hinch joins our morning show. They have great, insightful conversations. He's one of the best interviews. I've had people that don't work in this business that are just fans that say to me, I've never learned more about a game than listening to the AJ Hinch interviews. So we like to bring you the best of what he had to tell. Our morning show each and every time he is on, and we'll start with this. 2-4, 6 games in. They asked the skipper to evaluate the start to this season. Okay, so there's a lot there. First of all, you don't think about the schedule of an 8-week road trip. But that's essentially what it is. You go down to Florida for spring training. You're there for 6 weeks. You don't come home. Now you're off to the West Coast. The 9 a.m. practices, 1 o'clock games every day. They're professional athletes, right? This is their job. They're accustomed to it. But that is a grind, and that's something that you don't really think of until he points it out. The couple of mistakes, the umps in L.A., Colt Keith, the umps, there's some stuff that cost him.
The call was right.
Then I do love the approach at the plate. They had that stat during the game, I think it was Wednesday afternoon, that the Tigers far and away have forced the most pitches in the first inning by an opposing starter in Major League Baseball. And I think that total was almost 30 pitches on average. They have been killing it early in games.
That's key. You know, you want to get into the other team's bullpen. Absolutely, you want to do that. And I think the approach that this team has at the plate is it's starting to come to fruition. This is what Scott Harris envisioned years ago. Be smart at the plate and don't, swing outside of the zone. If you're going to swing and miss in the zone, all right, but just don't swing and miss outside the zone. Make sure you're swinging good pitches. And I think that's what we're seeing. I mean, Spencer Torkelson walked 4 times in the first game.
Yeah.
4 in the first game. Now, it's the last couple games, I don't think they've walked nearly as much. They might have 2 walks combined in the last couple games, but it's an approach nonetheless that should work. A team like Seattle, who's got a good pitching staff, they're going to fill the strike zone up with strikes, and you got to take advantage of things.
Foul pitches off, but find a way to get on base. I mean, Sasaki in L.A., and they have a good staff too.
Yes, it's a very good staff.
He threw 42 first-inning pitches.
Yeah.
They almost tapped them out in the first inning. They even chased the starter in Seattle in the first inning. They've been really good right out of the gate. All right, one of the big stories in the early going is this surge from Spencer Torkelson. And we've talked about it a little bit, about sort of what we're truly looking for that signifies that Tork has indeed turned a corner in his career. And AJ Hinch kind of hinted at it with our morning show this morning. Okay, there you go. That part he said near the end. It's about staying in the fight when things aren't going his way. And he's coming off an 0 for 4, right?
Yeah.
In his last game in Seattle. Now, as I think we find out, does the 0 for 4 turn into 0 for 7, 1 for 11, 1 for 15, 1 for 19? No, it can't do that. We've seen Tork do well in pockets, but it's bouncing back from when things aren't going well. This, to me, is the beginning of the true test of Spencer Tork. It was only 0 for 4, but I don't want it to be 0 for 8. And
100%, you don't want that to happen. And as long as the approach stays the same, you probably won't be complaining about it. Look, you can – it's just – baseball's a funny game. You can hit the ball extraordinarily hard and have nothing to show for it. You can have 4 hard-hit balls and be 0 for 4. And I hope that those are the at-bats we're seeing instead of the 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts. You don't want to see that, or a weak ground ball and a couple of strikeouts. I think that the approach he's taking now, it's noticeable. I mean, we've talked about it a lot. It's a more athletic stance. He looks more fluid at the plate, and that keeps him balanced, and that's huge. But he will have, like everybody else will, there are going to be some lulls. I hope it doesn't automatically go to 1. I don't want to test it right now. And I suspect that when you're getting ready to take on the White Sox, you're going to feel pretty good about yourself. But this pitcher that's on the mound today didn't give up any runs his first outing. So we'll see how it translates today.
What about Casey Mize? AJ Hinch talked about him. Hear what he had to say next here on Carson Anderson from outside Comerica Park in the Hockey Town Cafe here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Listen, if you're not going to the games, you just want to watch them on TV, head out to a bar. The best place to do it is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They've got amazing food, great atmosphere, specials are always top-notch, and the best wings in town. And hey, how about you all right there, Doug? All right, one foot in front of the other. The college basketball tournament, that continues. You got the semifinals on Saturday, the finals on Monday. Great specials for all the games, for all Detroit baseball games at 24 Seconds. $4 for Miller Lite and Coors Light. Also, great specials for Detroit basketball and hockey games as well. And start making those plans to be at the 24 Seconds Pro Football Draft Party. That'll be on Thursday, April 24th at 7 o'clock. They got amazing drink specials that night. Plus, you can win awesome prizes there. It's always a great time at 24 for the NFL Draft. And if you need any event catered, 24 Seconds has you covered for work parties, celebrations of any kind. Check them out. Every seat's a great seat in there. They have the flat screen, high definition TVs all throughout the place. They pipe in all the sound for the big games as well. The service is awesome. Food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings they have at their webpage, 24secondsbar.com, and grab a taste of the action for yourself. Again, my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in downtown Berkeley.
All right, Carson Anderson, it's getting close to game time. Tigers and Chicago White Sox. It's the home opener. It's a party in downtown Detroit, and we're right in the epicenter right here at the Hockeytown Cafe. People everywhere. Gorgeous day. Absolutely loving it, and hopefully you can make it down here. If not for the first pitch, if you're not going to the game, I got to tell you, I think it's still worth coming, Scott. I think it's still worth being down
Well,
here.
it is. Being downtown's great, and if you don't have a ticket for the game, that's fine. There are plenty of places to watch it downtown.
Yep. Okay, so we're getting through the best of what AJ Hinch told our morning show. You heard what he had to say about the start of the season. Their approach at the plate early in games has put real pressure on opposing starters. The difference with Spencer Torkelson. What about Casey Mize? Who has also been awfully impressive in the early going. Well, through spring training and then his one start, it continued. Can he keep it up? What kind of season will he have? Here's what AJ Hinch had to say about Casey Mize. Scott, it's probably too much to say, but you get a few starts into this season against some quality opponents, 5 to 10 starts. If nothing changes, then the only thing holding him back is health.
Yeah, it really is, because I think he's got a great approach on how to pitch, which is something that Jackson Jobe is going to have to learn, and when it clicks for him, he's going to be unstoppable. But you see it because he's got command of his pitches. He's got the velocity. He's got the ability to change speeds and change locations and all that. If he can stay healthy, he's going to be really good. I mean, there's a reason he was drafted first overall in the draft years ago. He's clearly got that talent. And a couple years ago, he was starting to realize that some of that potential. His ERA was in mid-threes, which is a pretty good place to be. That early in your career, you're like, here we go. And then, a slip up last year and up and down all over the place. So it just, let's hope that, certainly what he did in the spring was good. What he did last spring was good. But what he did in the first start of the game of the season this year for him, that was a lot of positive there. So I'm looking forward to watching him in the maturation process all season long.
Okay, final thing here from AJ Hinch with our morning show. The big story early in Major League Baseball has been the torpedo bats. Will it be a big story for the entire season? Will it be something that the league has to adjust to? Will they get looked at? The torpedo bats that the Yankees went crazy with in the first weekend of the season, or Milwaukee's pitching is just awful. But whatever. Here's what AJ Hinch had to say about torpedo bats.
I find this interesting because he's taken the approach, and the Tigers players have been asked about it too, and they've all kind of taken this like, yeah, kind of whatever, almost smiling at it. And AJ Hinch even said, laughing about it. I'm laughing a little bit. I don't know if I like this attitude that the players that AJ's presenting with this, because the science is behind it where it would make sense. Not necessarily that you're going to turn a guy who hits 15 home runs into a 30 home run hitter, but if the sweet spot is better, then why not? Why not take a look at it? It's been around for a couple of years, and people haven't really embraced it, but Yankees did. A few of the Yankees did this year, and it paid off quickly to start the season. But the way that he answered that question was almost like the way that you would get a response from the Tigers a few years ago when they had, who was the guy?
Quentin
Berry. It was almost the same thing, right?
Skeptical.
It's like, what about Quentin Berry? This guy, and they're like, yeah, he's all right. It's almost like downplaying it because don't get excited. This is a fad, or we've tried it. There's nothing special about this.
So
to each their own.
Kang, back in the studio. If we confirm that one Tiger said today he's got a box full of torpedo bats coming.
Yeah, so our very own Jeff Rieger was down there today, or is down there, and he spoke to Justin Henry Malloy, who confirmed to Jeff that he has ordered some torpedo bats. He's not sure when they'll come yet, but they're on their way. And one of his reasonings for doing this was the fact that Justin Henry Malloy said he hits the ball closer to the label, so he's going to give it a shot, I think. But, of course, we'll see how it goes in BP.
All right. Well, I kind of get the sense, too, that AJ was skeptical.
Like there was an eye roll.
A little bit of an eye roll. Although if this kind of technology works, can I get like a torpedo, tailor-made driver? Can I get a torpedo putter? Can I get something that helps my golf game?
Listen, if you don't think golf has embraced everything possible involved with science of hitting a golf ball, I don't know what to tell you. Remember they had this square driver years ago?
I need something, my friend. I need something.
Yeah, you need lessons. We all need lessons. All right,
you want the magic golf club, but the truth is it's all of this. It's the upper body combined with the lower body.
If I use this wedge, that I'll never hit it fat or thin again. Never. Never, ever.
It's got a bigger the sweet spot is the size of the state of Oregon.
It's huge.
Yeah, doesn't work that way.
It's a 503 area code.
All right, Tiger baseball coming up next. We're Dan Dickerson on the call, very excited about it, and Gator excited to have them in front of the home fans. Opening on the West Coast, a little strange. A lot of people don't see the games at night. But we'll have, hopefully, take care of business against the White Sox, and we'll have 162 games of a playoff chase and not 2 months of a playoff chase.
Well, let's enjoy the game today, because I think the weather for a while is going to be crappy. But for today, it's beautiful and a perfect day to play baseball.
Yep. Thanks to our crew down here at Hockeytown Cafe, and, of course, Kang back in our studios, and all of you for listening. And don't forget Mike and Rico after the game. It's opening day in downtown Detroit. Tiger baseball is coming up next as they get the home portion of the season underway right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect.